McCall's 7349. It has become known around here as my only favorite pattern. I've made 22 versions of this pattern, altering it in so many various ways, ending up with everything from your basic comfy knit dress to evening wear and costumes, and even coverall style jumpsuits. I thought it would be fun to compile every video that features this pattern, and as the number 22 implies, it's a lot. We're gonna have to skip a few of the more like informational ones, and also there's a few that I didn't even film. Gasp! And then there are several videos where this pattern kind of just floated through as part of a larger project, so I'll be cutting those videos down to just the McCall 7349 portion. So let's go back to the very first day that I popped this baby open. It certainly wasn't with the intention of discovering my favorite pattern. Actually, I wasn't even intending to make a dress. Towards the end of 2022, shortly after I had discovered the creative reuse store Remainders, yay, I set out to make myself a capsule wardrobe out of remnants of fabric that I'd gotten super duper cheap. We're gonna cut out all the other stuff and just focus on 7349, version 1. I swear it was entirely quiet outside until the moment I turned on a camera. And then someone was like, I think now is a good time to build myself a new table. So a hot second ago, I went to my favorite crafting thrift store, bought a bunch of fabric remnants for basically like 40 cents a yard, and picked out 12 of my favorites to make 2 capsule wardrobes, a term I had only just learned the meaning of, each consisting of 6 different articles of clothing that could be worn interchangeably, which is apparently what you do with a capsule wardrobe. And before I completely lose interest in the materials I've chosen and this project as a whole, I better get stitching. Then I'm gonna take this white knit material that I have and just make a basic sort of raglan sleeve t-shirt. I might make it into a dress length, possibly, if I have enough material. I don't know though, because if I make it dress length, that kind of makes it impossible to wear with the shorts or the pants. I could then only wear it with the skirt. So, I don't know, we'll see. I'm gonna use a pattern, y'all. What? I don't think I'm gonna do the full dress. 1, I don't think I have enough material, and 2, I don't really want it to be a dress because I want to be able to wear this with like the green shorts or the red pants because of the whole capsule thing. I hate patterns. I just do. Having to open this and find the pattern pieces and read the instructions and lay everything out and cut out the pattern pieces. It all feels like so much. It's like I would rather just lay a piece of fabric down and stare at it for 30 minutes doing nothing, trying to figure out what I should do, than just follow some pre-made instructions. What's wrong with me? I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Oh well. Tell me your secrets. See, what's kind of getting me now is I think I actually have enough fabric to fully make the dress, and I kind of want it. And I don't like wasting fabric. Y'all, thank God for this table. Have I mentioned how much I appreciate that we got a counter height dining table? I appreciate it. All right, cool. We have our answer. I am making the dress, and then I might just shorten it to a shirt. That's all right. That's okay. We're gonna do it anyway. Why is it so much shorter? I am suspicious. Oh, it's because it's like the boob portion. Okay, I believe you. I think that's it. Also, it's hot in here. Okay, but y'all, this is why, if you'll pardon my French, I don't with sleeves. Look at this shape. What the crap is that? I just feel like this is something that you need like an extensive knowledge of pattern making to know how to create. Hopefully one day I will know and I will be able to draft my own sleeves, but for now, That confuses me. This dress was delightfully simple to put together. 3 pieces on the front, 3 on the back, then stitch those side seams. I even added like a little top stitching thing to the front because I liked the general look of it. The sleeves were slightly more confusing, especially being knit and double-sided fabric. Sure. Cool. Stitch, dart, slash, dart to small circle. I don't really know what that means, but sure. I hadn't marked the darts. I couldn't remember which side was the front, and they didn't match up perfectly the first 3 times I pinned them on, but I made it work. Okay, it's looking like a dress. Then it was just a pretty normal neck binding, which I also added that top stitching to, and the hem. Ladies and gents, article number 3 is done. It feels a little old-timey nurse uniform. So I guess if I ever want to dress up as a nurse, I just gotta go get a few accessories, and I could be good to go. I'm gonna go iron. Went ahead and gave you the entire final product bit, but I talked for a long time in the outro of that one. I had a lot of garments to discuss, and I only barely mentioned this dress. Here's what I had to say. White dress. Also 8 out of 10. As much as I dislike patterns, I think I will be pulling that one out again and making some more of this dress in non-white form. It's extremely comfortable, and it's just like normal. It's just like a normal, comfy knit dress. So yeah, I kind of want more of those because that is basically my uniform. Normal, comfy knit dress. Weird cutoff, I know, but that's really all that I had to say about it. And it was another 4 months before I revisited good old McCall 7349, already altering things up quite a bit, namely by adding pockets. There's that TikTok or Reel or whichever one it is out right now that's like, if you were a cartoon character and you could only wear one outfit, what would your signature outfit be? I think we all know what mine would be. The comfy knit dress. When I was making my first capsule wardrobe, I made this dress, and I was instantly in love with it. It is from a pattern, great shock. It is McCall's 7349. This pattern was actually super easy to follow, which is a big plus for me. The whole thing came together quickly and easily, and it is the epitome of my wardrobe staple, the comfy knit dress. However, it has 2 major issues. One, it's white, which means it's slightly see-through. And I am the level of laziness that cannot be bothered thinking about my undergarments every day. I grab whatever is on top of the pile and move on with my life, y'all. There's no way I'm changing my underwear because I happen to put on a white dress today. The second major issue, it doesn't have pockets. Yes, I know, shame on me. I just completely forgot when I was making it. So I'm gonna fix those 2 problems while filling my closet with more of this exact same dress. Only not all exactly the same. I am going to use this pattern for every single one of them, but there is some variation in this pattern, mainly the sleeve length and the hem length. There's also like color blocking options, so that's fun. And I might also play around with different types of pockets. I don't know. But basically, I can never have too many comfy knit dresses, and this is one of the best ones I have yet found. So I'm gonna make a bunch of them. How many dresses am I gonna make, and what variations? That has not yet been decided, but it will be determined by my fabric stash. I present the stretchy shelf. So according to this pattern, the amount of fabric needed for my size ranges anywhere from 2 1/4 1/4 yards up to 3 5/8. Again, because you can do like the contrasting color blocked sections, I feel like that means nothing. So I'm literally just going to pick out fabrics that I'd like to use and then figure out which version of the dress I can make according to how much of that fabric there is. Winging it! Ooh, okay. This one is really cute. It's just like a yellow gingham, but stretchy. I feel like stripes may not be the best option for this dress because of, 1, the princess seams, and 2, the raglan sleeves. I think you'd end up with stripes just kind of going everywhere. Random bit of information for your day. The raglan sleeve is named after Lord Raglan, the first Baron Raglan, who is said to have worn a coat of this style of sleeve after the loss of his arm in the Battle of Waterloo. What's the correlation there? I kind of want to look into that more now, but I'm not gonna because I'm focused. I have less usable material than I thought due to the amount of stuff I have that is striped. That's weird. I think it would also be really interesting to try out different weights of knit on this pattern and see if maybe a lighter weight one becomes too like clingy and see-through. So I don't know, we'll try it. Y'all, the stripes though. I gotta calm down with the stripes. I also have this huge chunk of shiny blue, I don't know, lycra. This could make a very interesting version of this dress. Okay, I think what I've learned here today is that I have a lot of striped knit fabric. I'm gonna go measure some fabric and see what I can make out of this. Ow! Why isn't it so heavy? Rather than measure and choose all of my fabrics right away, I decided to go one at a time, starting with my favorite, the yellow gingham. I only have 2 yards of this, which technically isn't even enough for the smallest version of this dress in my size. But that's where the color blocking can come in handy. I can always use this white knit for the sleeves if I can't wrestle what I need out of the original fabric. And wrestle I did. After some intense pattern arranging, I discovered that by shortening the length of the shortest skirt 1.5 inches, which should still hit me right above the knee, not only can I fit all the pattern pieces on my 2 yards of fabric, but I can also fit pockets and widen each skirt piece by 2 inches at the hem for a fuller skirt overall. This is why, in my opinion at least, you should never take a pattern at face value or just believe everything it says. There is much that can be manipulated. I'm doing these front pockets on the side panels for this dress, so the first thing I did was a lot of folding and pinning and snipping to figure out how they should be attached. Sewing them on should have been the easy part, but well, that already seems bad. Oh yeah, should I change the needle? Yeah, I forgot to change to a ballpoint needle, then it was getting stuck. No, why are you doing it again? Then I sewed the pocket on too low. Did I put it on too low? Good times, y'all. Why are you a problem child? It can never be as easy as I want it to be. Of course not. I paused for lunch, and when I came back, it all became much easier. Do better for me this time, please. Got both pockets attached, nice and big. So now I just have to sew it all together. 3 front panels get attached, then the 3 back panels, sew those side seams, and add the little cap sleeves. Y'all, this is going so smoothly. Post pockets at least. I have missed knit so freaking much. The last little bits were just adding the neck binding and hemming the bottom, but I have one last idea. So this is super cute. I love the way it turned out, but I was thinking about this white knit that I was going to use for the sleeves, should I not have enough fabric. It's kind of a mesh almost, like it's really light and see-through and breezy, and I thought, what if I make a ruffle out of this and put it on the hem of this dress so that it looks like there's a little petticoat sticking out from under it. I just think with the gingham and the shorter length and the overall cuteness of it, this would look adorable. I might be wrong, but we're gonna try it. 46 times 2 is 92, and it needs to be gathered. So I think at least double that. Oh my god. It's so slippery. What's 28 times 4? It's more than 100. So I only need 2 of these, really. So I cut out about 200 inches of this white meshy knit stuff and sewed it into an extremely long tube. Gathered it up on one side before sewing it to the hem of the dress, and one variation complete. Okay, that took longer than expected, so I'm fully committed to it now. It's not coming back off, but I do think it's pretty cute. That is one done. More to come. Round 2. You know, I love that my complaint about the first original dress is that it's white and see-through, so I promptly found the lightest, most see-through fabric I have to make the second one. Smart. For dress number 2, I'm gonna mix these 2 fabrics, do some color blocking. This pattern is insane, but I figure watering it down with some of a plain purple will make it more wearable. Both of these are significantly thinner knits. They're that really light style, so I'm really interested to see how that affects the finished dress. There is plenty of fabric here though, so I'm going to go for the mid-length and 3/4 length sleeves. Let's do it! I need coffee first. Nothing, I'm not eating anything. Do you know better? Of course he's not spoiled. Are you so spoiled? One thing I love about this dress is how few pattern pieces there are, or I guess how few extra there are. We've got 7 total pieces in the entire thing for all variations of the dress, and no matter which style you're making, you should be using 6 of those 7. That just seems very streamlined and logical to me. I love it. Got everything cut out easily from these 2 fabrics, although I realized one of my sleeves had this writing on it, so I had to cut that out again. All good though, I recycled the first one into a pocket. Now on to the sewing. It took me a bit of brain function to figure out the best method for inserting the side seam pockets because I want them to be as supported as possible in this light knit fabric. In the end, it wasn't too difficult, especially thanks to the unnecessariness of French seams. Huzzah! I sewed the sides of the pockets into the middle princess seams, so hopefully they'll be able to take the weight of a phone without sagging the whole dress. This also altered the entire order of putting the dress together, so I actually did the side seams first, then connected the front panel, then the back. Still ended up with the same thing though, a tube in need of sleeves. How do my hems always end up so uneven? Like, what is that? How did that happen? 'Tis a mystery to me. The 3/4 length made the sewing of the sleeves a little longer of a process, but no more difficult. I'm getting so hungry. After that, it was just the quick neck binding and hem. Alrighty, dress 2 is done, and y'all, the thinner knit is definitely harder to sew on because of how easily it stretches, but oh my god, it is so comfortable. I don't know how I'm going to make myself stop sewing more of these, because I could just wear this all the time, forever. One thing I do need to keep in mind moving forward is that anytime I use color blocking, I need to be really careful about my symmetry and my seam allowances, because this just makes it really obvious if it's not perfectly even on both sides. But the pockets turned out so well. They feel super well supported in there. They're a little bit low, but not too low, and this was good. Best of all, it is only just now lunchtime, so dress number 3 is coming right up. Okay, so dress number 3, I'm gonna do with this light blue, very stretchy. Oh, it's not very stretchy. Oh, it's actually only a 2-way stretch. That's good to note. Anyway, I'm gonna do it with this fabric. It appears that I have a lot of it. I have a feeling it's not quite as much as I think it is, but I'm hoping to get a full-length dress with long sleeves out of it, and possibly some other little tricks here and there, but we'll have to see. There is quite a lot of it. Well, I guess this will answer my question about how this dress handles a two-way stretch, because that was something I wanted to know. I've got at least 4 yards, if not like 5. This one's gonna be fun. Okay, I think I have to start cutting. This is scary. This one took a hot second to cut out. I want to line the top, both to give it some structure and to avoid using the neck binding for a more formal look. After a whole bunch of arranging and enough snipping to make my hand cramp, I spent another chunk of time poring over how to get a pocket into this dress, cause there has to be a pocket. In the end though, I used as much of this fabric as I possibly could. This dress is gonna be heavy. I didn't have a great thread match for this fabric, so I might have to do a Joann run tomorrow. But for now, I can at least get started on the lining layer with the closest blue I've got. And immediately the needle hated this fabric. I don't love the way that sounds. Why does it sound like it's punching through leather? It was like punching holes with every single stitch, and it did not look great. We're gonna try a not ballpoint needle. I tried switching to a universal needle instead of a ballpoint, but it really had no difference. Okay, it's not making that noise. Okay, it kind of is making that noise. Finally, I switched back to a ballpoint, but an 80-12 instead of a 90-14, and it looked a little better. Hopefully if I get some more normal thread, because this stuff is kind of thick, it'll be all good tomorrow. And thank goodness I started with the lining, so none of this wonkiness will show. Pausing there until I make a Joann run. The next morning, I promise it is the next morning, I'm just so sick of winter clothes that I keep wearing the same thing over and over, I popped over to Joann and got some thread options and a few different needles to try out with this fabric. Kind of worse. It's a lot worse. Still not great. That sounded the best. That definitely looks the best. Let's maybe try a different thread. Ta-da! I think we have a winner. Oh. Finally! After quite a while of testing on a scrap, I finally landed on a regular thread, not the thread labeled for stretch material, and a stretch 7511 needle. The first unproblematic combo I found. With that decided, I got started on what will hopefully be a functioning pocket, assuming my very uninformed calculations are correct. Then it was just a matter of stitching all of the bodice pieces together, starting from the back and working around to the front this time. No small task, because have I mentioned I'm adding gussets? Oh yeah, I'm adding gussets. This thing is gonna be swooshy, y'all. Boom shakalaka. At this point, I also wanted to do any, tailoring of the bodice. I'd like this dress to be, as someone much hipper than me would call it, snatched. Ooh. Oh, this dress is gonna be awesome! However, this is the first time I'm using a two-way stretch instead of a four-way stretch, so I didn't want to risk taking it down a full size. Instead, I'm just going to make adjustments to the seams as necessary, and yes, I am wearing the lining while making those adjustments. I'm way too lazy to keep getting in and out of something. With that done, it was time to figure out these sleeves. Okay. Here we go. I want them to be extra long and fairly tight so they bunch up around the wrist. Normally, I need all of my sleeves to be push-upable, but this isn't a super normal dress, so I'll forgo that. I also had this cool cuff idea that I'm really proud of being able to pattern out, and I'd still like to try it sometime, but ultimately I was really happy with how the sleeves looked and fit without it, so not today. After that, I just had to attach the lining to the outer dress, which included finishing off the pocket in the front. And then I threw like a zigzag stitch around the hem rather than folding it up, because it won't fray and I don't want to lose any more length. And I'm tired of sewing on this dress. We have a dress! Yup! That was probably so high-pitched, I apologize. You can't see the swoosh because it's all down there, but oh my god, it's swooshy. And it's like really comfortable, and it reminds me of like a kirtle, which I always thought would be a super comfortable dress. And yeah, it is. And I did this weird little front pocket thing, which is weird, but I figured out how to do it, and I'm super proud of myself for that. So, third dress down. I think I'm gonna make one more. Okay, so the danger of giving me a few days to mull over a certain theme, like what can I do with this pattern, is that I come up with way too many options. There are several variations that I've designed that I think are gonna have to go into another video because they kind of have like inner themes of their own that tie them together. But there is one more that I do specifically want to try in this video, in this project right now. So I am a little torn because I kind of want to use this fabric. This is in fact the fabric that inspired the specific overall look of this last dress. However, this is a really nice fabric, and I can also very much imagine like a two-piece pant and blazer set out of it, should I ever feel like I'm qualified to make such a thing. So I don't think I want to use it for this. But I have at least learned that I can use a two-way stretch on this pattern, and it works out just fine. So instead, I'm thinking maybe this fabric. It's not super interesting, it's not super soft, but it'll definitely work. To spice this fabric up, I thought that I would do some of the accents on this dress out of a different fabric, either this simple ribbed cream knit or cheetah print. I'm leaning towards this because I'm not really an animal print kind of person, but it does look really cute with the pink. We'll see how I feel about it when I get to that part. The first variation I'm doing on this one is some fold-in pockets. Practically a classic for me now. I don't want to cut up this pattern since I expect to be using it quite heavily in the future, so I traced it onto the back of some wrapping paper to add the pocket folds in. I also want to change the sleeve shape to something kind of bishop sleeve reminiscent. I thought about making a new pattern piece for this too, doing all that like slashing and shiz, but yeah, no. I just decided to wing it straight on the fabric. What's new? And finally, after an Instagram poll, I decided on the ribbed cream fabric for the accents, which will be cuffs on the sleeves and an oversized loose turtleneck sort of collar. After basting the pockets into their folded position, it was back to the basics. Front half, back half, stitched together, sleeves added. To finish this dress, I made some cuffs and a collar, aka 3 tubes, then gathered the ends of the sleeves and stitched the cuffs zigzag style. Sure, why not? No gathering at the neckline, but basically the same thing. Stretch it out, stitch it on, watch your machine go through a complete meltdown. Finally got it done, then I just had to hem the bottom and tra-la! Boom! Hem done, which means dress 4 is done. I didn't try it on, so I don't really know what this is gonna look like. I can assume it fits. They always fit. But I should probably go try it on and check. 1 pattern, 4 dresses. Let's take a look at the final product. 'Twas a rousing success. You know, I think I'm actually not going to do my general grading system, but I will give each dress, shall we call it a superlative? Cutest, comfiest, most dramatic, most experimental. I'd say all of them are kind of an 8 out of 10 or higher. You know, they all fit, they're all comfortable, some more than others, but all pretty comfortable, and they're all cute. I do think what I'm most proud of with these 4 dresses is that all 4 of them have a different style of pocket. That was a fun exploration. Pockets are one of those things that, since I'm putting them into pretty much everything I'm making, I'd love to get more creative with them moving forward, instead of just always doing side seam pockets. All 4 of them do have little construction things that I would change or should note for later. The pockets, I think, should be lower. The pockets should be higher. The right sleeve is slightly tighter than the left sleeve and therefore slightly too tight. I should go back and loosen it slightly because when I put it on, I have to sit here and be like, to get it to lay straight. To make those sleeves look better, I should have made them actually longer. I forgot to calculate in the fact that they do this rather than this, if that makes sense. So I should have done them an inch or 2 longer so that they would bell around the elbow more comfortably. Right now, when I move around, they're trying to kind of pull the cuff up to my elbow so that they have that space. I mean, we all know I am not a huge fan of patterns. I try to avoid using patterns as much as possible. So it's kind of weird that I've latched onto this one and love it so much. But, you know, besides all the reasons that I have said so far in this video, I think I also really like this pattern because it requires nothing of you except the fabric and the thread and your time. There's no zippers, no buttons, no hook and eyes, no bias tape. So that just means to me that I could wake up in the morning, want to make a dress, and pull a piece of fabric and this pattern out of my stash and have a dress by dinner or even lunch, because let's be real, these were fast to sew. And that to me is a really good pattern. Yay, dresses! And I am so hungry now. I feel like that's what I say at the end of every video, but yeah, I'm really bad about remembering to eat before I start filming. Later, taters! Hello, Trotty Paws. You're my favorite little tushy. But can you take your tushy somewhere else? Ah! Ooh, there's a bug on the floor. It's Wednesday. Y'all, the planes that go over. Alright, I'm dropping everything now, which means I should probably be done soon. You know what? It technically works. It's fascinating to see which of those dresses actually, like, made it out in the real world once I started wearing them. The purple and orange one has been worn so much that it is getting worn out. The blue one stays in my closet for rainy days when I want to feel like a medieval princess, which isn't as frequent, but like, it happens. And the yellow gingham one I typically throw on under like a wrap skirt because it's a little shorter than I mostly prefer to wear. The pink, she is no more. I learned an important lesson from that one about fabric types that I can't stand. But McCall 7349 was back on the docket literally in my next video, where I attempted to speed sew a spring wardrobe for some reason. I was basically just keeping track of how long each garment took me to make, regardless of whether it was fast or not. This is again a super long video topic, so we are gonna cut right to the chase. I have been acquiring some absolutely beautiful springy colored fabrics in the last year or so. And I have a bunch of ideas for outfits here that are like, none of them are really revolutionary or out of the box or super complex or like new explorations. They're just things I like to make. There's even several patterns in here, including, are we surprised? my favorite one. This beautiful lavender knit material inspired the whole speed through some outfits thing, because I really want a dress out of it. And what better dress than my only pattern I like using, the princess seam with raglan sleeves. I'd like to figure out how to add some butterfly flouncy sleeves to it instead of the regular ones. Day 2 started with a headache, but we drink coffee and plow ahead. I want to make the lavender dress today, and big surprise, there's not really enough fabric here. Luckily, I do have a couple other knits that coordinate, so I think I'll end up doing some color blocking. Combining multiple fabrics is something I'm running into more and more lately, which just makes sense when you're almost always working with thrifted remnants, and yeah, I mean, I really like it. It makes me get more creative with each piece. I watched about 10 disconnected seconds of a video on how to make butterfly sleeves and then went for it. I'm not sure how it will combine with the raglan style, but we'll never know if we don't try. We start the sewing with pockets because of course, and after that the dress is always super easy to put together. Just a bunch of seams, you know? Even the butterfly sleeves were really easy to attach. Second garment complete, and it's so comfy, y'all. I love the way the flouncy sleeves look and feel, the pockets are great, and even though I was picturing an all lavender dress, I think the different fabric in the center is really fun. I started this one at 8:20, got distracted several times along the way, took a break at 12:20 for lunch, came back at 1, and finished at 1:45, so we'll say 4 hours and 45 minutes total make time. And this one gets an 8.5 out of 10. I still wear that one quite a bit, although the fabric isn't as pleasant feeling as looking, unfortunately. That purple and orange one, though, I was wearing it a lot. So it's not that surprising that like 3 months later I was coming up with justifiable reasons to make myself more versions pretty much the same. At what point does it become an obsession? So we're in sort of a weird, holding sort of situation when it comes to the whole moving thing. At this point that I am filming right now, we still haven't actually closed on the house that we bought. We've been reassured that there's like no way we could lose it. Okay, we're just, you know, not actually the owners of it yet. So we can't start on any of the renovations that need to happen before we can move in, and we can't start moving out. So Matt had to go to New York for work, so he went ahead and packed up his studio just in case, you know, he doesn't have time later. And I was about to start packing up my studio, and then I was like, oh wait, between the closing and the renovations, I've got weeks, at least like a couple weeks. I'm not gonna sit around for weeks. I'm gonna do projects. Who are we kidding? I'm gonna try to do some small projects over the next couple weeks. Small-ish projects. Simple projects, things that don't involve, you know, 3 weeks of patchworking fabric or trying to block out an entirely new pattern. And I have been really wanting more of this dress. I know, I already have so many, but this dress specifically, out of all the ones I've made from my magic pattern, the only pattern I consistently use, this has definitely been my favorite. It has been the most worn. This is like every time I do laundry, it's in there because I have always worn it. So why not just make some more? But I was also like, that's not worth making a video about. You've already made so many of these dresses in a video. Why would you do it again? But then, y'all saved me, because I was going through comments the other day and there were a few comments about this pattern, this dress. Someone said, what about a V-neck? Someone said, what about a scoop neck? And someone said, what about a cowl neck? So we're gonna do all 3 of those today. Probably gonna start easy with the V-neck, then do the scoop neck, because I think the cowl neck will kind of need to have a scoop neck. I am making all of them out of delightfully soft, pleasurable knits. So first up, I have this piece of gray fabric that I just got in my last Remainders remnant haul. I actually realized when I got home that this is the exact same fabric that I made one of my dolman sleeve shirts out of, that I also wear all the time because it's very enjoyable. I think this will be the scoop neck one. Then I have this massive chunk of fabric. I've already used it one time to do a mock-up and I still have so much left. I got this at Joann before I discovered remainders, but it was like 80% off, so I just bought everything that was left on, I always want to say the spool, but it's the board? Oh my God, I've lost words. The bolt! Woo! All right, let me drink some more coffee because it's apparently way too early in the morning. Good grief. The bolt. So I'm gonna try to do the cowl neck one out of this. And then finally, I wanted to do a little bit of color blocking, and like, as much as I've been making bright colored clothes lately and loving it, I do love a black dress. So on my last remainders haul, I also got a bunch of solid colored knits, including this black one. And then this piece my sister gave to me a while back when she went through her stash and destashed it. It's a pretty small piece of fabric, but it's enough to do either the sleeves or maybe just the front panel. I don't know. I'll have to decide where I want to color block this in. And I think that's gonna be the V-neck one because I think it'll look best with that, which means that's the one we're starting with. Ready? Y'all, the house right next to us has a metal gate across their like side yard driveway thing that like actually connects to the side of our house, and they constantly go in and out of this gate and just like let it slam shut behind them, and it is so loud, particularly from my green chair in the corner where I embroider. It's right next to it. Like that chair is like 1 foot and a very thin wall away from this gate, and I'll be sitting there just embroidering, not paying attention, and then all of a sudden there's like clang. Freaks me out every time. All right, let's get started. Is it trash day? Yes, it is. One thing I do want to make sure to do is raise the side pockets a little. I'm really bad with putting my pockets too low because I always measure by being like, here's where my hand sits. And then I'm like, cool, so start the pocket there. But that's not actually where you want to start the pocket. You want to slide your hands in up here and let them rest in the pocket down there. So even on this one where I got it better, they're still, I would say, 2 inches lower than I want them. I don't need these instructions anymore. Actually, it has been a hot second since I've made this dress, so yeah, no, I'm fine. This dress is so easy to make, y'all. I cannot emphasize enough how easy this dress is, which is why I never just make it exactly like the pattern has it, because too easy. What if I did the sleeves and then I put like a panel around the bottom of the dress? That could be fun. Y'all, actually my obsession with raglan shirts started when I was a kid. I remember for some reason just like desperately wanting your average raglan sleeve like baseball tee. I don't think I ever had one, and I just wanted one so much, and I have no idea why. Anyway, yeah, that's hilarious. I just remembered that. So here we are. This is what you do when you're an adult. You make your childhood dreams come true, but you update them. So now it's not raglan sleeve t-shirts, it's raglan sleeve dresses. Okay, I got distracted, but I'm back. And I'm thinking, what if I do the pockets in this material? Because the way this dress kind of stretches open, you typically can see a little bit of that inner pocket. And I actually really like how I did it on this one, where you can see the purple. So I think that would be fun if you had this on the sleeves and then a little peek in the pockets. We're gonna go for it. Well, that was crooked. Oh, I don't think I cut that out right. Ooh, that was bad. I'm getting sloppy. All right, we have survived the sleeves. Which edges are your edges? No. I specifically said no. Selvage to selvage. Oh God, we're really struggling with folding. No! This is your second warning. Don't forget to make it V-neck, cause I kind of already forgot I was gonna do that. In all fairness, for the V-neck one, I think I am gonna just cut it out normally and sew it together, and then before adding, words are hard today. The binding, binding. I'll probably just cut it into a V-neck. I think I'll just need a slightly longer binding. You say to shorten here, but I am not petite. Not at all. All right, I'm gonna stop filming right now because it's really making this take longer. Let's jump to everything being cut out. Wah, wah, wah. So things went off the rails a little bit. Whoops. It's entirely my own fault. I was not paying attention. And I was cutting out the last panel, and I just started cutting it off at the short level instead of the long level where it was supposed to be. Yeah. Luckily, I can roll with the punches, even when I have accidentally punched myself. So here's what I did to fix that. I cut the whole thing off, of course saving the panel from the bottom. Then I took the other side piece, because that was the side back, I think, so I took the side front and cut it off at the same place. And then I made some little strips of the red fabric that are gonna go in between. Is it gonna look good? I don't know. I never know. That worked. Ish. Wee! Do I have black thread? I could do red thread as like a contrast on the whole thing. Do I have red thread? It is less likely that I have red thread than black thread, so probably not. Okay, let's go sew stuff. Shows how well I know my thread stash. Turns out I have tons of red thread and black thread. I decided to stick with black though. No getting contrasty this time. Then someone nearby decided it's construction time, hence the switch to voiceover. No one wants to listen to that. Task number 1 is getting those contrast panels onto the side pieces of the dress, which I accomplished on the first one with a medium level of precision. Like, I measured a few times, there I am measuring, but I also just chopped off anything that wasn't exactly what I wanted. There I am chopping. I think it looks good, but replicating it on the next 3 panels so they all line up on the sides, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Alrighty, that pretty much worked. Kinda. It's not the neatest, but then when is anything that I sew the neatest? It's not, and that's fine. Works for me. And now I'm actually gonna iron stuff. What? Y'all, I just finished watching Schmigadoon? Cute, fun, good stuff. But apparently Apple TV, if you don't touch it, it'll just start playing a bunch of trailers. So I just left it alone, and it probably played through all of its recent content. It was so many trailers, and out of all of those, 3 comedies. 3. That's it. It was just death and darkness and destruction and doom and more death and darkness and destruction and doom and death and darkness and destruction and doom, and then, oh look, Ted Lasso. What has TV become? I mean, I assume there's an audience for it. I assume someone is watching and enjoying these shows, but I am not good at watching dramas, by which I mean I don't like watching dramas. I find them over dramatic with such high stakes, because oh my god, they all have such high stakes nowadays that they're just completely unrelatable. I've also stopped watching all the superhero stuff, and I'm not a big fan of disaster movies either, because it's always like, here's the characters you should care about because they're our main characters, and that group of people in the background who just got taken out by an alien spaceship or a giant wave, don't worry about them. We don't care about them. I'm sure none of them had families or hopes and aspirations of their own. And like, when I watch these things, I cannot help but see everyone random who dies and be like, why don't we care about them? Also, just like the practical cost of the destruction. These superhero fights always end up taking place in some city, and they'll just come through and like smash through a bunch of cars, and you're not supposed to care about that, but in my head I'm going, oh my god, all of those people have to buy a new car now. Their insurance is probably gonna go through the roof. Look at that building you just smashed. Like, how much is this going to cost the taxpayers to rebuild their city after you guys finish battling it out? I don't think I'm the target audience for these kind of movies. Sports movies. Also bad for me, and not just because I don't care about sports, but because you're told, like, here's the team that this movie is about, here's the team that we're rooting for, so they must win. We want them to win. That's the whole point, is that they should win. But I'm always like, what about the other team? We don't know what's going on with them. What if they've been working really hard this year? What if The quarterback on that team will only receive love from his father if he wins a football game. Like, we don't know their stories. Why are we against them? Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED chat. They're like TED Talks, but with no real point. I'm bored of ironing now, so I'm gonna move on. I got the back panel sewed on while testing how many pins I could fit in my mouth at once, the record is currently 15, and then debated on whether I should add top stitching. Should I top stitch? I decided yes, and did a bit of that. Then jumped ahead to the hem, cause why not? After about 10 seconds of sewing, I could no longer handle how bad it was looking, so it was off to do a better job. How bad is it? It's pretty bad. I decided to try fusible hem tape. Is that what this is? I threw away the package before ever using it, apparently, to try to make the hem less stretchy and therefore get a nice clean seam around it. 'Twas more time consuming, but I think I'm reaching the stage in my sewing journey where I can start playing around with cleaner finishes. Bit of a faff. Then it was on to adding the sleeves, simple as always, before finally, it's V-neck time! I tried the dress on and kind of marked with pens whereabouts the V-neck could theoretically go. Now I am folding it in half so that it will be symmetrical when I do the choppy choppy. I know why it was like that. See, I haven't made this dress in a while, and I was like, I don't need to look at the instructions, I remember everything, and then I was wondering why the sleeves were so, like, gapey on top when I put it on. Because there's darts in the top of the sleeves, and I completely forgot about them. I can still add them, it's just gonna be a bit of a pain in the butt.
12 seconds later.
Sorted! Back to what we were doing before I was derailed. So I think I'm gonna start my V ever so slightly on the actual sleeve portion, on the red part, and then angle down like so. Am I gonna completely wing it? Yeah, we're just gonna go for it. Looks like a V-neck to me. So I watched a small amount of a couple videos on how to do V-neck binding on knit, and it seems that there are a couple different ways. You're just supposed to put the connection in the front at the V, and there's a seam there, and that's okay. Anything is okay, really. So I did cut this longer than the normal pattern. That being said, I may have cut it too long. We get to do a little guessing on that front. I feel like this might be okay. Look, we're plowing towards dinner time rather quickly at this point, which means that my level of caring is going down by the every like 3 minutes. I don't know what I am doing, or if I even care. Yeah, okay. Okay, and at that point, Matt FaceTimed me and I kept working while we talked, but basically here's what you do. You cut like this shape in the ends of your bias according to the diagonal of your actual V-neck, and then you match those together right side to right side and you stitch around them in the little V. You clip right into that V as close as possible, match the seams together, fold the whole thing in half, and then you basically sew it on like a normal bias thing around the neck, which I have just finished doing. Let's see if it succeeded. I have medium-high hopes. Feels about right because I gave medium-high effort. Oh, it looks medium-high decent. Yeah? Oh, it's black. You can't see that. Yeah? It's ever so slightly off, but you know what? It's not bad. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try it on, make sure that it's okay, iron it, top stitch around the whole outside, and then dress number 1 is done. Just in time for dinner. Let's move on to day 2 and dress 2, and I will try to go on slightly fewer tangents. I won't try very hard, but I'll try a little. Alrighty, day 2, dress 2, let's go! That was officially all of my energy for today. Like all of it. It's gone. Possibly because I keep getting woken up at 5:30 in the morning by spam calls. Why? It is an ungodly hour. I have massively overfilled my coffee cup. So today is gray dress, and oh look, I wore my matching shirt. Now that I finished the last one though, I'm kind of questioning whether I want a plain gray dress. Oh, hello? Yeah, I don't know, maybe I should color block? That was a big yawn. Okay, actually, I don't have a ton of this. I do like to pull pieces of fabric to make these dresses and completely ignore how much fabric it takes to make these dresses. But okay, besides the scoop neck on this one, I'd like to do like bell or trumpet sleeves, whichever one are that shape. And then I might make the whole thing a little bit shorter, especially since I have less fabric. Yeah, y'all, I have like 1.5 yards of this. To the fabric stash. Okay, I love me some purple, and I have these 3 purple fabrics that I got at Remainders. Ooh, this one even has the gray dot in it. That looks great. That would do amazingly. Why? Come back. Y'all, color blocking, fabric piecing, whatever it's called. It'll save your butt and leave you with like more interesting clothing in the end. I should probably note that I widen the hem on these dresses pretty much every single time I make them now. Like I just added a full-on 2.5 inches on each side of this panel. I'm just doing it by eye now. I used to mark it out all nice and neat, and now I'm just like, it'll be fine. But yeah, so if you're making this yourself and like you follow the actual shape of the pattern and it doesn't seem as swooshy as mine, that's why I add a lot of width. Because I live for the swoosh. I am once again asking that we skip ahead to everything being cut out. Do I have gray thread? I have purple thread. I do not have gray thread. I think the sewing of this is gonna be pretty average. Nothing all that interesting. Yeah, I'll get back to you when we get to the interesting part, or the different part, which will be the scoop neck, which will be the very end. So, skip ahead. All right, that went, not terribly. I decided to play around with the fusible heat tape, wow, while doing the pockets, and it didn't go super well. So in typical me fashion, I gave that up and just didn't do it on the second pocket. So I have one pocket that's pretty janky and the other pocket looks a lot nicer. We don't fix our mistakes here, we just make sure to not make them again. I also completely forgot once again to put a dart in the sleeves. I at least remembered before sewing them on this time. And I did the whole hemming method of pre-ironing your hem with all the proper folds before you sew over it. What? Where has my slappadashery method gone? All right, so the last thing is the scoop neck. Once again, like before, I tried it on and just kind of marked out with some pens how low I want it to go and everything, what the general curve should be. I'm gonna fold it in half and chop off some fabric. The binding this time should be nice and easy. It's pretty much normal. I'm just guessing at the length once again. Let me leave myself some seam allowance. Scoop neck. That's not what I wanted. Wow, you have brains. What is happening here? Did I just sew it twisted? Damn it! Why do I do these things? I feel like the number one lesson you can learn from me is, hey, if you just pay attention while you're doing things, you probably won't make as many mistakes. Okay, let's try this again. To baste or not to baste? What a question. I'm gonna baste, because I really don't know if this is the right length. Okay, I think it's okay, because when I hold it up from the shoulders, well, I think it's mostly okay. I think it could be a little tighter. Okay, I'm gonna make it a little tighter, but basically that's it. The scoop neck, easy. We're gonna call that a success and move on to dress number 3. I'm invisible. I thought I'd stick with the whole themed clothing thing I've been doing in this video and wear the thing I already made out of this fabric. I don't know how long it's gonna last though. I've been waddling around the house like a penguin. This was like the sort of a mock-up for my Halloween Batwing dress. So it's very tiny around the hem. It's a full-on like wiggle dress. I think I'm gonna change soon. Anyway though, cowl neck. So here's what you'll find if you look up cowl neck dresses, which I did yesterday. They're pretty much all sleeveless, like all of them. I found very few exceptions. One of the exceptions was Closet Historian has a great video on how to make a cowl neck top, and it has like dolman sleeves. Wasn't super helpful for me for this project because her front piece was all one piece. I have raglan sleeves and a 3-piece front bodice, so I've made a cowl neck one time before, sort of. It was sort of a cowl neck, I guess, on the bridesmaid's dress I made back in the day. That was one of my first sewing projects. It had sort of this cowl-y style neck on it, and the way on that pattern that neck got added on was as a completely separate piece. Basically like sewing the binding onto something, but your binding is this big, and so it goes plunk and it drapes forward. So I'm going with that. I think that's the most logical way to add a cowl neck to a dress that is already in 3 pieces on the front. So again, I think I'm gonna cut it all out the normal way, and then I'm probably going to widen the neckline and kind of scoop it out, similar to the last dress, because you kind of need a wider neckline for a cowl to sit nicely, otherwise it's just kind of bunched up around your neck. Do I sound like I know what I'm talking about? I am going to do the sleeveless, wow, talking is hard. The sleeveless version of this dress, and then I have so much fabric here. Might as well use it. I think I'm gonna make it floor length, just for the funsies of it. So let me get it all cut out, and I will come back to you with that cowl neck and how I'm going to do that. Okay, so the cowl neck that I made on that bridesmaid's dress went all the way around. It had a floopy part in the front and it had a floopy part in the back. I don't want that on this. I want a normal neck binding on the back, and then I want the cowl neck to come out and drape just in the front. I'm seeing this shape. I'm trusting myself to be able to draw it here. Folded in half, sewn into a circle, and then the curved side of it is what actually gets sewn onto the neckline, and the straight side of it is what falls forward. This could be entirely wrong, but you know what? Look at all this fabric I still have left over. So if I cut out this little piece and it isn't right, I have plenty of material to go back to the drawing board and figure out something else. Okay, I'm sure it'll be fine. Looks like that. No clue. No clue. But I shall waddle away to sew anyway. Y'all, why? Why do I do these things? I just sewed in the pocket with the opening on the middle seam of the dress, like here, instead of the side seam of the dress, where it's supposed to go. It's fine, it's not like I cut anything off, it just means that I have 3 long seams that I now have to seam rip. No one to blame but myself. I should pay more attention. But I did try interfacing my pockets this time, so that's fun. I usually don't do that because it just ends up feeling very stiff, and I could probably get some even thinner interfacing than this. The thinnest one that I currently have is still a little thick for a knit this light. And I could probably just interface, the side that's getting sewn into the opening with a thin strip. I don't know, at this point I'm just trying different things, because when you're making the same dress over and over and over again, you might as well try different things. Alright, kiddos, fellow adults. I don't think I have much of a child demographic. We have reached the point of the cowl neck. I just tried it on like I did with all the other ones. I think I'm not gonna do as low of a scoop neck as the last one, but instead go a little bit wider and cut some off of the shoulders. And as usual, just gonna wing it. So a bit wider, a bit lower. But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna sew the ends together and then pin the whole thing on and see what it looks like, because I still have no idea. Be thou not a little bitch. It's like wrangling a wet toddler. Cowl neck. That seems okay. I like the height, so I don't really want to lose any of that because that's where you get all the drape, but it is too long this way. I'm gonna just cut off that without measuring at all. Yeah, you know, I don't know, but I'm just gonna go for it. Like, not even basting it, kind of go for it. Why not? Have I possibly just gotten like a little bit bored? It's possible. Yep. All right, I'll figure this out and come back to you.
Eventually.
I ended up cutting out an entirely new piece that looked like this, and I'd tell you more about what I changed, but it doesn't really matter, because as you're gonna see in a moment, it still didn't work. I'm gonna call that a win, because I'm done trying to figure out how to put a cowl neck on a princess seam raglan sleeve dress. I think this is about as good as it's gonna get for now. Final product time! Yo! Okay, were all three of these dresses equally successful? No. But this one? Amazing. I love it. It's so soft. It is my new purple and orange one. I'm gonna be wearing this every single week. This did kind of take me back. I feel like it's been a while since I've done a project or a video where I made several things and they weren't necessarily all successful to the same level. I haven't graded things in the end of my video in a while. So, let's grade them! I love grades. I miss school because I liked being graded. Yeah, I'm that kind of person. So starting with this one, obvies. 10 out of 10. Technically, could the neckline be a little neater? Yes. But I've never done a V-neck binding like this before, so I think it's not bad for my first try. My mistake of chopping off the panel too short and then having to add in the red stuff, I love it. I love how it turned out. It looks purposeful, it looks creative, it looks interesting. Love it. 10 out of 10. Dress number 2, I do like the color blocking in the end. I like the addition of the purple and the polka dots. I think it looks super cute with that. The scoop neckline I also like. I know I could have made the binding a little bit smaller. There's just a slight amount of gaping in the front. Besides that, I pretty much love it, so 8 out of 10. The difference between the softer, really light, cozy gray knit and then that purple knit, which is a more sturdy, not rough, but just like, it's not soft kind of material. It does make the whole dress feel a little heavier and a little less like cozy comfy, but I do really like the trumpet sleeves, the bit of a bell on the sleeve. I think that's a nice touch, and it was a super easy change to make. Dress 3. Okay, we're gonna go with my good old 5 out of 10 on this because I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Maybe it gets a 6 out of 10. I do love it a little bit more than I hate it. It's not bad. The cowl neck obviously like didn't work. Technically, that's a cowl neck, technically. That being said, it doesn't really look good. There's not enough material. I think the neckline needed to be more scooped before I started. I don't know. It just, I got tired of trying to figure it out, y'all. But ultimately, I knew it was gonna lay a little bit weird, but I was hoping that there was at least enough material that it would cover the place where it's sewn in. Like, it's not enough. You can just see the line where it's stitched onto the neckline, and that's what I don't like. And that's what I don't know how to change. If you are an expert in cowl necks, well, drop all that info in the comments. I will take it. That being said, this dress in the long version, it's great, especially in this soft sort of knit. It's, that's what it feels like to wear it. Overall note, my pockets are still slightly too low in every single one of these dresses. You know what I think ends up happening is the pieces that I'm sewing the pockets onto are these side pieces here. But I always forget that they only go up basically to your armpit. So I think when I'm looking at the piece of fabric and lining up where I'm gonna start my pockets, I'm thinking in my head of like, here's neckline, here's waist. But that's not what it is. It's here's armpit, here's waist. I will do better at that next time. It's still fine. They're all still perfectly fine. So that's the end of that. I have 3 more fun dresses into my wardrobe. Thanks for leaving your suggestions of different things I could do with this pattern, because you're the reason that I felt like I should do more things with this pattern. Appreciate it. I will see you next week. If you want, feel free to subscribe. If you want, nobody's pulling your leg, unless somebody is pulling your leg, in which case, kick them. I'm definitely not taking this dress off. That's the fun thing when I finish filming the final products. If the last one that I put on is just like super duper comfy, that's what I'm gonna be wearing for the rest of the day. Ugh. Just be normal. 4th time. These are not comfy underwear. Whoa, 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 whoa. I have too many thoughts. It just feels, that was a weird, boink. My prediction that the black and red dress would become the new purple and orange dress was entirely accurate. They are both worn out from having been worn so much, and I'm gonna keep right on wearing them. My next McCall 7349 exploration finally moved to some newish and still quite beloved territory, the hoodie dress. A comfy knit dress and a hoodie merged. Come here. Oh, the good boy. And sitties. It is that lovely time of year when I inevitably go to the closet to get dressed in the morning and emerge shrouded in the giantest hoodie to be found in this house. Oh, lickens. Ironically, not today. It's actually kind of a warm spell today, but in general, not my favorite time of year. I mean, I do love being cozy, and honestly, like, it doesn't get that cold in Southern California winters, even in like the deadest of winter, which, let's be honest, is still like 50% alive here. So guys, I actually do like this time of year, except for the whole getting dressed in the morning. What do I wear? Because y'all know how much I love my comfy knit dresses, but even my warmest comfy knit dress is not really warm enough for the chilliest days, especially considering I tend to refuse to heat the house until the last possible moment. I was raised in a very frugal home. So I spent like all of last winter wearing sweatpants and a hoodie, to the point that I think there's just a solid chunk of my videos from that time where I'm wearing the exact same thing. And in anticipation of that exact same thing happening this year, I started thinking, what if I could make myself some comfy knit dresses that are warm and cozy and covering enough that I could actually still wear them all winter long. And this shall be my first attempt. Admittedly, later in the year than I had intended, but I got distracted with other projects. When do I not? For some reason, when I first got this idea back in like March, I think, I got really hung up on the idea of like a stretch velvet fabric, velour, crush penné. I'm not really sure what it's technically called. Remember those matching tracksuits that were such a trend for a while? I desperately wanted one, but alas, we did not follow trends in our family. Again, frugality. So I think my oldest sister Carrie eventually like handed me down one of hers, but by then the trend was long past. I was still thrilled, and I wore it a bunch. Anyway, I guess that is like the trend that latched me onto this specific fabric type, rather than something that is like thicker and warmer and more hoodie-like. But also, I don't want it to be super warm, if I'm being honest, because like, it'd be nice to be able to wear this not for just like 2 weeks in the winter, a little bit more of the year. Like, can I have mid-level warmness and high-level coziness simultaneously? Is that achievable? We're gonna find out! But since I had the idea so long ago, I had many trips to Remainders to look for the exact type of fabric I wanted, and one day they had it. I think this was the really good haul that I made a whole video about because it was like the best one ever. And so I found, oh, Bubby, I need to reach my fabric. There it is. Oh no, he's gonna leave now. Okay, bye. I found this bright blue, what I'm gonna call stretch velvet, and you can tell me in the comments what it actually is. It's stretchy, it's velvety, it's bright blue. I have a whole lot of it. They had a giant bolt, so I wanna say I got like 6 yards or something. So, let's go make a hoodie dress. Oh God, pins in my boob. So guess what's making a reappearance? That's right, it's my favorite pattern, the exact one I'm currently wearing. It's actually been a hot second since I've used it, so this is gonna be a great base because I kind of just want something that's like dramatic, but still has all the qualities of a really comfy hoodie. So I think this is a really good base dress because the skirt is fullish, but not ridiculously full. I don't need to add any gores or anything to it. I don't want to make this floor length. I still want it to be like the length that this one is, sort of under the knee length. It would be warmer floor length, but I'm not going that dramatic because this is something that I want to just like wear daily. And I can always put on giant comfy socks, or so I claim. Reality is that I despise socks, and I'd rather let my feet just absolutely turn to blocks of ice. Anyway, so that's the base, but I wanna do like a hoodie style pocket across the front, the little two-sided one. I might still put side seam pockets in it because like you can never have too many pockets, so why not? And then I want the sleeves that you kind of see on a hoodie. They've got the cuff on the bottom. Long sleeves, of course, which this pattern does not have a long sleeve option. Oh, I think it does have a long sleeve option. But to up the drama of a typical hoodie sleeve, I wanna go full on like bishop sleeve. Is that gonna work with the raglan style? No clue, but we're gonna try anyway. So your bishop sleeves have that nice bulbous bottom on them and circle into a cuff. So it's kind of reminiscent of a hoodie sleeve, but next level. And then finally, the last thing that makes it a hoodie dress is a hood. You must have a hood. So I think I'm gonna do the dress V-neck like I did this one, and instead of having a neck binding, it'll just have a hood that comes directly out of that V-neck. I have never patterned or sewn a hood before. I know there's a lot of different ways you can do it, and ultimately it's just like a big flap of fabric, so I'm not concerned about it, but that's gonna be part of this process is hood. How hard can it be, right? Right? It's what I ask myself at the start of every project. So I am gonna start by laying out my fabric and getting all of those base pieces cut out because again, I have made several of these, very accustomed to it at this point, and none of them should be any different except for the sleeves. Well, and the V-neck here, but that's literally like one cut, easy peasy. And then we'll get to the hard stuff. Not the hard stuff, the challenging stuff. If you stop thinking of things as being difficult and start thinking of them as just being challenging, it can really alter how your brain works. Oh, I love the feel of this stuff. Hello, old friend.
20 minutes later.
All right, so I have all of my basic dress pieces cut out right here. And then I went ahead and did my side seam pockets, just like I always do them. And I got that front pocket cut out because this is a pretty easy shape. I'm doing 2 layers and I'll just sew them together like you would a pillow cover or something. You know what I mean. Turn it right side out and then literally like it just gets sewn onto the front. But then it has those nice clean edges on the opening. And might I recommend, if you're cutting out stretch velvet or whatever this is, that you have a towel to wipe your scissors off as you go. It's very fuzzy. So the hood, I think I should wait to cut that out until I've sewn the dress together because I'm going to need that exact measurement of my neckline. And I don't have that right now because I haven't cut the V-neck, which means we can move on to the sleeves. And crazily enough, I think I'm gonna do this the proper way. generally when you're looking at like, how do I make a puffed sleeve or a bishop sleeve or anything that has like volume to it, anytime I've looked this up, people are always like, well, you start with your basic sleeve pattern, because we all have that apparently, and you like cut it into strips basically that are still slightly attached at the top, and then you spread them out, and that gives you your new curve. In the past, I have just wung it and drawn lines off the side and said it's all fine, but I think this time I'm actually gonna try that. Of course, I'm not cutting this up, so that means I need to make another version of this to cut up and make the final version. Do you see why I don't do this? It becomes so many steps and it's like, but you could just wing it. It's fine, it's good to learn new skills. Let me go get my wrapping paper. Okay, doing this so legit.
12 seconds later.
Whatevs, that's fine. The thing is, this is where the whole like being a raglan sleeve thing comes in, because the sleeve isn't starting from here, it's starting from here. So you want this to still fit the curve like it does right now. And basically where this dart ends, there's a dart right here on the shoulder, is where a sleeve would normally start. So that's where we want the volume to start, which means you don't really want to spread the pattern in this portion of the sleeve. You only want to spread it in this portion. I'm just not entirely sure how that will work. This is why I so often just wing it. Big brain time. So I think I need to cut this up. Basically cut off this upper part because that needs to stay exactly the same. Then do the spreading technique with the lower part of the sleeve and then stick it all back together. Let's try it. I need tape. Dude, where is my tape? Whatever. Y'all, I really need to fix my studio. Ah! Everything is fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is even close to the proper technique, let's be honest. I mean, let me rephrase this. I know that this is not even close to the proper technique because I'm too lazy to do it the proper way or to go learn how to do it the proper way. But like, I think this will work. This seems okay. One thing you see on bishop sleeves a lot is the back portion of the sleeve actually has even a little bit more length, and then you get just sort of an extra billow back there and you have like elbow space. So I think I'm gonna try that. I'm also gonna lengthen the whole thing. Am I? Because I actually want a pretty wide cuff, but you gotta have that length for the poof. Yeah, I'm gonna lengthen it. Although now I do not have enough space. Stuff's about to get messy. What could go wrong? This is fine. So here's the final piece in all of its janky glory. Kind of a mess. The thing is, I feel like if I had just wung it the way I normally wing it, which is just take the original pattern piece, stick it on the fabric, and cut it out like this, I feel like it would have pretty much ended up exactly like this. Which is not to say that this is right or that would be right, because we won't know that until we sew it together, but just saying. Look at that beauty that is, theoretically, a giant sleeve. Is she not stunning? Oh, you know what I still need? Cuffs. Okay, we have cuffs. Now I would normally say, let's go sew it. But, first of all, I don't have the right thread color for this. And second of all, tomorrow the electricians are coming to switch out our panel, so we're basically going to be without power all day long. And if I don't finish this dress today, and then I can't finish it tomorrow, I'll be annoyed. So I think I should just leave the whole thing until the next day. Yeah, that's fine. So see you then. All right, y'all, we have power again. The panel has been replaced. The electricians are finally done working here, which like, I think it was weeks ago that I said like, oh, the electricians are here. And yeah, it's been a slow process because of permitting and materials and stuff, but It is finally done! Yay! Anyway, I have sewn together the entire base of the dress with the side seam pockets that I normally put in this dress, and I didn't film any of it because, y'all, I have made this dress so many times now. That was probably really loud, sorry. So we're gonna start with that front pocket. But first, it's time for a side quest, or a side track, or a side tangent. I went to an estate sale, and I just wanna show you what I bought because it's cute. Matt has been working at somebody's house, and he texted me this morning and was like, there's an estate sale happening at the house next door if you want to come check it out. It was interesting, but I found a few random gems among the extremely opulent art. Mushroom canisters! I mean, I also got this basket, which I liked because I love this, this has a name, this style of basket, like the swoopy one. Love it. They're pretty dang cute. And I was really good this time because I'm not a good estate sale shopper or antique shopper or anything like that. I'm not good. I just see something I like and I'm like, how much is it? But this time I actually looked these up and she was only asking for like 1/4 the price that I was finding them online. So I at least knew I wasn't getting like ripped off or something. But these are apparently from the 1970s. From Sears. I don't really care about that. I just thought they're absolutely adorable. I don't think I'm gonna put them in the kitchen. I'm not gonna put them in the kitchen. I'm not gonna use them as normal canisters. I'll probably end up putting them in my office/library eventually because I think the mushroom theme and these sort of fallish colors will go so well in there. And I'll just use them for storage for random things. So cute, but wait, there's more. Another sort of random cheap thing that I just happened to find. I don't think it's vintage or anything, but I mean, I loved the look of it. And then here is the piece de resistance. Nope, I can't say that. Piece de resistance. I think I always try to put an extra syllable in that phrase. I mean, Carousel Collection from Westland 8000 limited edition. It's super cute and it is perfect for this room. Anyway, yes, so estate sales, aren't they fun? I only go every once in a while, but it's always cool. LA has some really weird ones. But we were here to sew a dress, so let's get back on track. We are starting with the front pocket. So I momentarily got really confused about how I was gonna do this. Hi, small boy. Because the basic concept is you just sew this piece together and then literally just sew it onto the front of the dress. All fine and dandy, except you have side pockets. And my side pockets on these dresses don't just hang loose because it's knit. I sew them into the middle princess seams to give them some stability. So, you know, if I'm gonna put a front pocket right here and I'm just gonna be sewing some seams through the entire layers, those seams are going to extend into the side pockets and like sew all the layers together. And I like sat there for a while and puzzled over how to do it so that didn't happen. And it sort of felt like there maybe would be a way, but then I decided to not care. Because here's the thing, I didn't make the front pocket super big. So it actually does not extend very far past those center seams. It's like maybe 1/2 inch on the top and maybe an inch, 1.5 inches on the sides. So I'm like, you know what? I've got these big side pockets. If there's like a slight bit of seam closing them up a little bit on the far side, I don't think I'll ever even notice it. So like, why make my life harder when it doesn't really matter, you know? So we have that. Kind of a small front pocket, but it's big enough for both hands. And I have side pockets, so it doesn't really need to like hold anything. It's just more of a muff, which is what I always think of with the front pocket on hoodies and stuff. It's basically the modern equivalent of the old school muff. Whoo y'all, I am loving this already. I know I'm in double layer of dress right now, but like, I can feel how like swooshy, not in like even a normal swooshy way, in like a very smooth swooshy way. This dress will be swooshy, if that makes sense. So placement of pocket, yeah, that feels about right. Although visually, I feel like it should be higher. It should be like right here. So more like that. If you're making one of these, I recommend sewing on the front pocket before turning the dress into a tube. It would make your life easier. Moving on. Sleeves. Gonna sew in the darts, sew the sleeve into a tube, sew it onto the dress. That was almost dangerous. What's happening here? Cool. Do I partially love sewing with knit because I can get away with ironing so much less? Oh yeah! I mean, I don't think I'm gonna iron this dress at all, and in my opinion at least, it will still look fine. Good times! Oh my goodness, y'all. I love it so much. It's so swooshy. The inside of the fabric is so like slippery, smooth, soft. I kind of like the sleeves all trumpety like this. But no, because we're going for a hoodie and we're going for practical, so it needs that cuff. So the cuff is pretty big, but I think that that'll give a perfect amount of like the bishopy drape. While I'm wearing this though, let me go ahead and mark where I want my V-neck to be. Let me try to not stab myself. Oh, and I'm looking over here because I've added a mirror to my room, which is so handy. It was just sitting there in the guest bedroom and I was like, why is it here? We don't have guests. So now I can look at myself in a mirror instead of in the tiny viewfinder, which is not easy with my terrible eyes. So my question now is not just like, does this cuff fit, which I think it does, but can I pull it up my arm? Because as I have mentioned, ooh, can I even get it on my arm? I was saying, as I've mentioned multiple times, I don't actually like long sleeves, so I need all of my sleeves to be able to be pulled up. I barely got that on. I mean, I love the way that fits, but practicality-wise, I could not wear this. It's too tight on my wrist, and there is absolutely no pulling it up ability. I am gonna go cut out 2 more cuffs. Okay. Cut those out bigger, futzed around a bit. Those will work. I'm always going back and forth between wanting it to be like a nice close fit on my wrist and then wanting to be able to pull up the sleeves a little bit. So I had to make it a not so close fit on my wrist. Are you okay? You're making weird noises. So I just need to gather the ends of the sleeves to fit that. I have gathered. I shall sew on a cuff now. Ooh, look at that. Oh, I like it. It just keeps getting better, y'all. I think that worked out great, and for how little I knew what I was doing, I'm amazed. I already went ahead and cut my V-neck in here, but it is late and I am hungry, so I'm gonna come back in the morning and cut out a hood and get this thing finished. Alrighty, y'all, all that is left is the hood and the hem, and I did the hem this morning, so not the hem, I'm done, that's good. Also, look, no more router, no more stupid drapey cable going through my kitchen. I got to make a lovely, pretty little shelf, which I so love to do. It makes me happy, huzzah! So hoods are one of those things that like, there's a ton of different ways you can do them, and of course, I'd love to try them all, but I can only do one here, so yeah, I don't know, I'll make a choice. A very basic 2-piece hood has the seam going down the center here, but I'm thinking maybe I'll do a 3-piece hood, in which case the seam would go down the center and then it would split right here and there'd be an insert back here. And then in the front, I of course need to go into that V-neck, so I'm already gonna have sort of an angled down shape. But from what I've seen in my very brief research, you need to angle that down a lot more to get the shape that I want, because I'm gonna make myself draw on the screen here, which I always love. I don't want this shape, I want this shape. Was that fun? So yeah, to get that, I'm pretty sure like kind of starting where your ears are on the side, like it needs a bunch of extra fabric there, and that means that it'll get that sort of flappy floopy look that, you know, a good old like elven cape has. That's my theory anyway. Again, I didn't do much research. Yeah, okay, this could be totally wrong, but we're just gonna go for it. All right, so this is what I ended up with. So I pinned it lightly together. Yeah, maybe? Let's go see. Hi. Well, I don't like what's happening there. Hi. Theoretically, I just have to attach it. I do think this is longer than it's supposed to be, so I'm probably going to end up putting some gathering stitches right in like this section right here and gather that up to make sure that this actually fits the neckline, because gathering things to make them fit because you cut them out too big is my favorite sewing hack. But I'm sure this will give me zero trouble whatsoever, so let's go to the final product, yeah? Yeah. Yay, attentions! Y'all, I'm quite pleased with this. I'd give it a solid 9 out of 10. Not a 10 out of 10, because let's critique. We love a good critique. I should have just made the hood double layered. I should have. I told myself, you're probably gonna regret this. I should have listened to me. I don't like when hoods are really bulky. Like the sweatshirt that I wear all the time, the hood is so thick that like if you put it on your head, you're just like, ugh, I'm being confined. So I thought, let me just do it one layer, but this fabric is significantly thinner than a typical hoodie fabric. So I think I could have done 2 and it still would have been fine, but more importantly, it would have looked a lot better because ultimately, like, seeing the seams on the inside here and then like the seams down here, it's just not as good. The sleeves, I love the shape of them. I love the wiggly waggly feeling and the space inside. It's super easy to move around. The cuffs, of course, like, I don't know, if y'all have advice, how do you make a cuff that will actually stretch up your arm so you can pull up your sleeves? Is it impossible? Maybe if you only did it 1 layer instead of 2, but I really prefer the double layered cuffs. But right now, like, yeah, you can only get it a little bit up my arm. About that far, which is nice. That's at least enough for me to like be satisfied, I guess. The front pocket, I said I needed to move it up and now technically it's too high. Like right now when I'm sitting, it's actually starting like on the lower side of my boobs, which is not where you want it. I think because I tested that before the sleeves were actually on the dress, I was probably setting the entire dress too low. So good to note for next time, pocket slightly lower because it is just like a little high for this style of pocket. But I love the double pockets. I absolutely love having those comfy side pockets and then a little extra hoodie pocket too. I adore this fabric. I love this dress, of course. We've seen me make it how many times now? I love the swoosh on it. I always widen the skirt panels, just so you know if you're making this dress. I never make the skirt panels the size that the pattern actually has them. I always widen them. It is comfy, it is cute, it is warm, but not too warm. Success there. So yeah, that's why, like, despite all my critiques that I just gave, it still gets a 9 out of 10 because I love it. I will be wearing it frequently. And I already have an idea for the next version of this dress pattern. It's on my list, it's coming up, it's gonna happen. I cannot escape it. It's the only pattern I use at this point. We can wrap this up. Happy holidays. This is the holiday season. I tend to forget about that because holidays are very, very unimportant to me, but happy holidays to all of you. Okay, I'll see you next week. Bye! Yeah, sure. That seems good, right? Who's playing the tuba? That's new. Everything is fine. You should go away, but you're so folded nicely, and those are words. Okay, well that was fun. Not. I do find it kind of funny that I rated my first hoodie dress a 9 out of 10 because, it's the one I wear the least, but I didn't know what was to come yet. I'm guessing that the reference that I made to having another McCall 7349 dress on my to make list was in reference to this gray hoodie dress, which, surprise, there's no video for. This is, I believe, the first garment I ever sewed for myself that I didn't make a video about. Crazy. I no longer remember why I didn't make a video, but I'm assuming that I just needed some off-camera time. Maybe I thought it wasn't interesting enough since I had just made a video about making a hoodie dress. And other than being longer and a little bit fuller in the bishop sleeve, this one isn't much different. I did post short form about it on Instagram though, and turns out people liked this one a lot more than the blue one I'd already made. Whoops. Oh well. But then my next 7349 version, well, it took a whole new turn. From comfy knit dress to hoodie dress to evening gown. Y'all ready to tackle a project that I had absolutely no intention of making as of 1 hour ago? So if this video is a little more chaotic than normal, that is because, yeah, seriously, I did not plan for this whatsoever. I'm still currently editing last week's video, which is also the last video of 2023, so I was gonna like give myself a little break after I finished that. You know, just like, well, I'm not very good at taking breaks, but I was gonna like maybe take a day or two off. But then Matt texted me yesterday and said, hey, by the way, we're going to a premiere on Friday. I think it's actually Saturday. I think he got the date wrong. Either way, that's 5 to 6 days away from now. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I have stuff to wear. But then I thought that the event was gonna be outdoors. And you know, LA doesn't get that cold. It's not snowing or anything, but the high was like 66 and the low is 46 for that day. So like that's still pretty chilly for hours outdoors. So I had kind of two ideas of outfits that I could wear. I was asking for opinions on Instagram and I was like, well, for one of them, I would need to make like a slightly warmer top to go with my purse pocket pants. And then for the other one, I could just wear this fabulous jumpsuit that I got super cheap at TJ Maxx years ago. It has pockets. And then make like a capey coat kind of thing to wear over it because I don't have any nice formal looking outerwear. My whole plan was, yeah, I'm gonna make something, but it'll be quick. I'm not gonna make a video about it. Easy peasy. This story is getting long. But then I had a moment to think about it because of course I did. You can't allow me to think about things because then I get ideas. Or rather, I remember past ideas that I had. I remembered a dress design that I think I came up with probably a year ago now, and it's just kind of been hanging out in the back of my head. I think I might have sketched it out somewhere. It's like, that's a thing I should make at some point. It's a long dress, it's long sleeved. I've always planned to make it in black, and I was like, actually, this could be a really good time to wear it. Make and wear it. Remainders is not open today. And also, this design requires very specific fabric. I knew that it would. It very specifically needs like a nice quality black stretch material and then stretch mesh. So I just went to Joann and I bought 10 yards of fabric, which is not something that I do very often. I've really only gone to Joann and bought specific fabric for the 2 times that I had to make bridesmaids dresses in specific colors. But like, it's fine. It's more money than I would normally spend on fabric, but it was all still 40% off, so it's a lot less money than if I went out and bought a dress. I got 5 yards of crepe. I didn't know that was what I wanted, but as soon as I looked at it, I was like, ah yes, this is what I wanted. And then 5 yards of stretch mesh, like that. I am lightly concerned now that I might actually need more than 5 yards of the crepe, because here's my plan. I'm gonna use my favorite dress pattern. This one. I was thinking I could just start from scratch and sort of self-draft the entire dress. But one, I really like the raglan sleeves in general, especially when you're going for sort of tight sleeves because it does give you a lot of movement. And I kind of want it to be a princess seam dress because the plan is to split all of those panels that you would normally sew together. So this dress is made out of 6 panels and put a godet of the mesh in between the 2 panels. And I want to put an insert of mesh in the front. And then those godets of mesh, I want them to come super high up. So the dress is actually see-through in a lot of various areas, and you would wear like black underwear, booty shorts, or leggings, depending on how sexy I'm feeling in the moment, or how warm I want to be. That's about it. Pretty simple design. It will have pockets in it, don't worry. But I might try to do my fold-in pockets that I've done on this dress before. Yeah. Also, y'all, it has gotten crazily windy again. I was sitting in my car in the parking lot, and I don't have a tall car. I have like a normal car, and it was literally like rocking back and forth from being hit by the wind. Winters are weird here. Yeah. Anyway, that was probably a really long intro. Oh, did I tell the end of the story? End of the story is that once I got home, I texted Matt just to confirm, because side note, I have not seen Matt in days. So he had a free moment to text me back, and he was like, oh no, venue's been moved. It's like a normal theater now, so it's indoors. So that's fine. Shall we stop chatting and actually go start making it? I'm a little scared of making it. Also though, I should really eat lunch, so I'm gonna go eat lunch, and then maybe that'll build my confidence, and then we'll start making it. Chaos project, yay! Okay, lunch turned into, I'm just gonna do that tomorrow. Although yes, I am wearing the same thing because I cannot stress enough how comfy this dress is. Y'all, it's gonna be a weird day. The plumber's gonna be here working like pretty much all week. Do you hear that? I got terrible sleep last night because I kept being woken up by the wind. It's insane. We're now on day 5 of Matt not even coming home from work because he's so busy. He's literally just been sleeping there. I keep getting like cold weather headaches every day. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I'm probably gonna voice over most of this because it's a bit of a weird time. Is our fence about to fall over? No, I think it's fine. Let me go start with some coffee, actually. Yeah, coffee. To be honest, I was uncharacteristically hesitant about cutting out this dress. After the flurry of excitement over it yesterday, at least when it came to buying the fabric, I suddenly became weirdly worried about the whole thing. I think it's partially because it's a design I've had in my head for a long time, partially because I paid a lot more for the fabric than I typically do, so I really want to make sure that it turns out right. But also, anytime I'm making a garment that I actually specifically plan to wear out to an event, which thankfully isn't that often, I tend to be a lot more paranoid about it. As much as I love the clothing that I make and I love wearing them, it's still a little nerve-wracking to know that I'm planning to wear my own design in a sea of people wearing, you know, professionally designed clothing. Hi. I love you. Also, we can't ignore that I'm just in an incredibly weird mood lately, so there is that. But I let myself take my time, go slowly, and be pickier than usual, and I reminded myself that I don't have to wear this. I have other things that I can wear to the event if I don't end up feeling confident in this dress, but I'll never know how I feel in it if I don't start cutting it out, right? So I cut it out, both the worrying and the dress. It's fine, just cut it out. Cutting it out. Then 'twas on to the mesh inserts. I'm gonna mess with the bodice and the sleeve ones later, but for now I just wanted the godets, and I'd like each one to be a quarter circle. Hello. Oh, thank you. This is stinky. Y'all, I can't exactly say I recommend working with stretch mesh, particularly in the winter or in large quantities. The static alone is enough to drive you bonkers. I literally had to change because my cozy comfy dress was sticking to the mesh and getting in the way, and whoo baby, you do not want to know how much fur is all over this stuff. Oh my goodness, hello. I finally switched from trying to pin the layers of fabric together to just weighing it down with my teacup collection, and that proved slightly successful. After having spent like an hour carefully placing all of my pattern pieces on the crepe in various ways so that I could utilize the most of the fabric without running out, yeah, I just started cutting on the mesh.
2 more to go.
Only to discover that I could only get 4 quarter circles out of this fabric. So turns out I had plenty of the crepe and not enough of the mesh. I'm gonna pause there and maybe go out later to get some more, although I think I may have bought all that was left, so we'll see how that goes.
It's fine.
All good though, I was gonna quit for the day after cutting out anyway. So they only had 2 yards of the mesh left because I bought all of the other mesh the day before. Should have just gotten all of it. I was literally thinking when I saw her roll it out, I was like, there's not much left on that bolt the first time. Maybe I should just get the rest of it. I should have. I really needed like 2.5, but luckily, if you cut from the 2 corners, you have more space. So I was able to get my last 2 half circles, quarter circles out of it. So this dress construction should be pretty straightforward and simple up until the point where I'm going to start inserting like the mesh panel here and on the sleeves, which I'll worry about that when I come to it. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same as usual. So I'm just gonna sew the whole dress together and then I'm gonna cut out where I want the mesh to be and add it in. Something in my head is saying that might not be the best choice and that might cause me problems later, but oh well. Y'all, you wanna know how bad my, I don't know, fear of conflict, distaste for conflict, I guess, is? The plumbers have been working under the house because they're like replacing pipes. So they're yelling at each other to be heard because one is under the house and one is outside the house. And I realized yesterday that I was so on edge because I could hear them yelling at each other. And it doesn't matter that I know the logical reason that they're yelling at each other, and it's not because they're angry and it's not because there's any conflict, but I can hear yelling and my brain goes, good times. This is why I struggle being around loud people. You know, there are people who, I mean, first of all, there are people who just genuinely enjoy like a good debate. I dated one for a while. It did not work out. But there are also people who are just like naturally loud people. They're boisterous and outgoing and everything. And yeah, I have trouble being around them because yes, if somebody's tone sounds angry, that's even worse. But literally like just a raised volume like triggers the part of my brain that is like, oh my God, somebody's upset. And it tends to be very overwhelming. Also, I think I've just been like massively overstimulated in general lately. Like it's so weird, but literally the wind is adding to it because there's just a constant noise these last few days. And then on top of that, the noise of the work that they're doing and the yelling back and forth. And then like even my phone buzzing with notifications adds to it. I feel like this video is largely becoming like, hey, here's all the things I've been struggling with lately. That's okay though, we all struggle sometimes. It's totally normal and it doesn't mean that we're not, generally speaking, happy or grateful for our life and our existence. I imagine probably a lot more of us struggle during the winter because, you know, cold and lack of light really adds to it. But it will all be okay. Sometimes just talking about what's bothering you, talking about what's bothering me is really helpful. So I accept that I am overstimulated lately. I accept it, and I'm gonna sew a dress now. Let's find out if sewing on mesh sucks. It'll be grand. That wasn't terrible. Swooshy. Okay, y'all, I'm having so many debates now. I mean, first of all, It's incredible and I'm loving it, and now I'm getting way more excited about this. But okay, here's the thing. The first thing I was debating was, should I top stitch on this dress? Because like in the mesh panels here, if I don't top stitch the seam allowance down towards the non-see-through fabric, then it's gonna kind of flap over and you can see it. On the other hand though, I love me some top stitching, but I just don't think it looks super like it doesn't seem right on evening wear. I did iron all of them. I'll iron them again and try to keep them in that direction. But yeah, I'm leaning away from top stitching, so that decision is slightly being made. But y'all, the sleeves, I kind of don't want to add them now. Hi! Like the whole concept of it needing to be warm, the event is indoors. So if I love the look of it without sleeves, maybe I should just leave it that way? Because I could bind the armholes and then add like a neckband all the way around. So it's, you know, a halter-ish. What do you call this style? Is it a halter? These are all the debates I'm having. I think the biggest one right now is to sleeve or not to sleeve. I just don't think it's a good idea to try to do something and then seam rip it off and try to do something else. I think I kind of need to make a decision and stick with that decision. Also, I think I should just go ahead and put it on and try to like pin it to my sports bra and get an idea of what it looks like on me, because that can make a big difference. So let me do that. Oh my God, you guys. Oh, big paws. You're such a big boy, thank you. I'm so happy with this. I think this answered the question of the sleeves, because I just think adding the sleeves to it is a totally different look and will kind of make it a little less evening wear, which, like, granted, I'm supposed to be making cocktail wear, but psh, I do what I want. The mesh gores go up to like the perfect place. I do love the smooth, clean front. Like black always just looks so good, but I think I do want to commit to my original idea of the mesh insert. But yeah, having tried it on now, I think I should go without the sleeves, which is a totally new thing for this dress pattern. I have not yet tried to do this with the top of it. I think I should put it on. There is a dog in our backyard. I need to go take care of that apparently. It's not our dog. After returning my neighbor's dog to them, I put the dress on inside out and adjusted all of those bodice seams so that it shall be snatched. Not easy to do on yourself without getting stabbed. Got those sewn, and then I tried it on again to check the alteration and mark where I want that front mesh panel to go. Then there was lots of measuring and pinning and cutting of mesh and staring into space and staring at my phone and generally procrastination of cutting out a chunk of this lovely dress that I am so enjoying. Yeah. I am really, genuinely afraid to cut out this front section. It feels so permanent if it's wrong or I don't like it. But actually it's not. That's what I need to remind myself. I bought out all of the mesh, but they had tons of crepe left at the store. So you know what? If this turns out bad and I don't like it, I can literally seam rip out the entire front panel, go get some more fabric, cut out a new one, sew it in, and I'm back to what I had before. So it'll be fine. Yeah? Yeah. Let's cut a hole in the thing that I like. Yay! It'll be fine. What's up, bud? Redonkulous. Yeah! Oh, goodness. Hi. Oh, big paws. Big paws. So it's going great. But here's what I've run into. Bit of an issue, not really an issue, just I don't know how to do it. So the last thing this dress needs really, besides some very good ironing, is the band around the neck. But I can't figure out how to enclose this and this, but also enclose the band itself on the sides here where it's not attached to anything, and make sure that it'll still stretch because it has to be able to stretch over my head for me to get the dress on. My brain is puzzled. I've been thinking about it for a while now. Like, I already don't know if I should just do like a strip of fabric cut on the bias like I did for the armholes here. That would stretch around my head just fine, but would it look weird? So do I need to make an actual shaped circular kind of yoke to go there? Maybe, but either way, I still don't know how to fully enclose everything. Okay, my brain is going in circles, but it's already getting late. Actually, it's probably not getting late, it's just getting dark because winter! So I'm gonna leave it for now and give myself all night long to think about this problem. There's always a solution. But I'm super, super happy with this, y'all. The swoosh! The pockets. Yay! After much thought and some not very helpful tutorials on totally different neckline styles, I decided the best option was to make a circular neck piece that would open in the back so that it doesn't have to stretch over my head, and I can then add straight stitch top stitching to attach it all. Wish me luck, we're gonna go so slow. And yes, this is how close to the machine I had to stick my face to get my top stitching right up next to the edge. The black fabric on black fabric was just blinding me. All right, so that basically worked. It took me like the same amount of time just to make and add on this neckband as it did to basically make the entire rest of the dress. This was so persnickety, and it is definitely still not like the best, especially on the inside, but thank God it's black. You can't see any of the details. So I just have to cut off the hem. I don't think I'm gonna hem it though. These are the materials that you can just cut off and leave, and I think that would be better to just leave them raw on the edges so that there's no noticeable stitching there, so there's no extra weight on the hem. Why not, right? Who's making the rules? No one! I might also go ahead and play around because I had already cut out the sleeves and I just have them here and I have some extra material. I might go ahead and play around with like making some sort of like jacket bolero sort of thing out of that. I don't know if I'll wear it. I don't know if I'll use it. I don't know if it'll even work. I'm not gonna film it. But yeah, I might do that. Anyway, let's see the final product, yeah? Oh, but first I am gonna have to like sticky roll this entire dress. It is so covered in puppy fur. This material is staticky, y'all. Well, that went well. I mean, the dress was definitely a success. I felt elegant, but sexy, but best of all, I was comfortable all night long, like so comfortable. Other than outside where, yes, I was cold, but I wore like a shawl thing. It was fine. But y'all, 'twas a bit of a whirlwind. Matt ended up working straight through the night before. So he got home at like 10 in the morning and I was like, we need to go get you a suit, because the only one he has is the suit that he wore on the day we got married, and I'm pretty sure we have never dry cleaned it, so it's not necessarily in the best shape. So at like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, we were out buying a suit. He still hadn't slept. The lovely salesperson managed to get the alteration department to agree to do the alterations on the suit in like 2 hours so that we could still leave on time, which thank God, because tailoring is not something I want to mess with at this point. But yeah, I took Matt back home so he could take a nap while I like quickly did my hair and makeup, and then I was gonna go pick up his suit, so I woke him up and was like, get up, take a shower, and when I get home, you'll just put on the suit and we'll leave. Yes. I got back home and he was exactly where I left him, snoring Poor guy, so tired. So we were a little later than we intended to be, but luckily these things all appear to start late, so it was all fine. But I was intending to do my whole like final product photos and filming where that whirlwind ended up being. So I ended up only getting like a short amount of footage, and the lighting was terrible because I didn't check it or anything. So all that to say, whatever you just saw, I'm about to go film right now because didn't work out on the day. Anyway though, here's the one picture we took. Yay, great times, all delightful. I am so pleased with this 12th version of my favorite McCall's pattern, my only favorite pattern. This was not the 12th version of this dress that I planned. I had one on the schedule, like I'm gonna do that in a few weeks. And then this one just came out of the blue, so. All good though, the other one is still on my list, so be on the lookout for that. We will be revisiting this pattern soon. The next rendition is even more dramatic. But you know, I think my biggest takeaway from this project is like, look how much being creative and making something can lift your spirits, alter your mood, make you feel better. I mean, yeah, it helped that like Matt eventually came home from work and the wind stopped being insane and my headache went away. All of that helped, but my mood shifted before any of that happened. My mood shifted when I started making the dress and I saw that it was looking good, and like, y'all, creativity is such a blessing and such an incredible thing. I'm just constantly reminded of it. I am so glad that creativity is a thing we all have, because I believe we all have it. I believe every single human being is creative in some way. Anyway, so yeah, if you're ever like feeling real weird, just your moods being weird. I'm not a therapist, you probably shouldn't listen to me, but I'm just gonna lightly suggest, have you tried being creative or making a thing? I don't know, worth a shot, can't hurt anything. And on that note, I'm gonna go redo my hair and makeup and do all that filming that you just saw. Okay, bye!
How are we doing this?
Why am I so far away? Because they're creeping on the neighbors. What you up to? Yeah. Oh, hey, look, I answered my own question there. The reference I was making 2 videos to having another hoodie dress on my list was not about this gray dress. It was not about the evening gown, nor was it about the orchid and teal and tropical version of the hoodie dress, which I again made not on camera. Those hoodie dresses, y'all, I was just whipping them out in secret, huh? Turns out I was referencing this next one coming up, which despite being the least worn version in my closet, might still be my favorite. No, it is not an Elsa dress. We're going off brand. Remember when I said I have another version of this dress in mind? A rather dramatic version? Well, it's finally time to make it, yay! I have had altogether way too much time to think about this dress. So, what was originally supposed to be just a floor-length version of that first hoodie dress, like a little more dramatic, but nothing extreme. Now it's extreme. Plus I already did the 2 versions of the hoodie dress that are longer and slightly more dramatic, so gotta step it up, man. This project has now entered costume realm, and honestly, I'm okay with that. I am more than okay with that. I'm very excited about that, actually. You know how in like writers' rooms and businesses, I suppose, there's meetings where everybody sits around a conference table and throws ideas at each other? Well, I have those even though it's just me. They're in my head and they're in really random places. The big pitch meeting for this dress was in the Uber on the drive to the airport for our Christmas vacation. I was sitting there basically like this, looking likely very angry on the outside, but on the inside, I was drafting out 3 different possible hood constructions, you know, as you do. So having had so much time to think of it, I of course have many different elements now that I want to get all into this one dress. I am cobbling them together. Here's my latest sketch of it. I've been learning Procreate. It's been going swimmingly. The base of this is, of course, my one and only oh so favorite pattern. But let's very quickly go through all of the alterations that I plan on making, because there are a lot of them. In fact, I'm still lightly debating whether this is going to be one dress or a two-piece thing where like one part is the dress and the other part is a capey hood cloak sort of thing. Either way though, I am planning to incorporate the exact same things. So, starting from the bottom, first thing up, train. Just a small one, but you know, it's a queen dress. You gotta have the privilege of dragging your skirt behind you. While a helicopter goes over, let me take a moment to acknowledge the adorableness that is acorn mug. Yo, it's so cute. And this is one of the places at Disney that I worked, so we popped back in to like look at it. I don't know, I like to do that when I'm there. And I saw these mugs and I was like, a must. Okay, the helicopter's gone. Godets. Anytime I want the skirt on this pattern to be big and swooshy, I add godets. Pockets, obviously. Just regular side seam pockets should be fine on this one. I thought about going like more dramatic with the pockets, but there's enough other stuff going on. A belt? Maybe? I'm really not sure about this one. Lacing in the back. This is a first for this pattern, and I'm really excited to try it. I keep pointing over here. Am I gonna put my drawing up on the screen for this long? Because that drawing is a mess. Long, slim fit sleeves with pointy tips. That just feels very Snow Queenie to me. The sleeves that like come down and have like the triangle that goes over your hand. I don't know, it just feels right. Arm capes. I tried to explain this concept to Matt, and this is what I ended up having to call them for him to get what I was talking about. Basically, it's an oversleeve that's going to split at the shoulder and fall open and hopefully reach all the way to like the ground, 'cause drama. And then maybe I'll incorporate some way to like tie it or lace it closed sometimes so that then it just kind of falls from the what are you called? The wrist. And finally, the hood. Big, floppy, floopy, pointed, and long, and possibly pleated hood. Very into hoods right now. I have, I believe, 10 yards of white stretch velvet that I got at, you guessed it, Remainders. At this point, I am honestly concerned that this will not be enough fabric, but also like, this weighs a pretty solid amount, so do I want to add more fabric to this? Probably not. And then I have also picked up a few other trimmy bits. I've got some faux fur trim, kind of thinking about putting this around the edge of the hood, maybe around, I don't know, the bottom of the sleeves. I also got pom-poms, and then I also got a couple different like buttonhole trim options and some cord trim. I don't know. This is for the lacing in the back. So that is that. Shall we go do the thing? Since I don't know exactly how much fabric I have or will need or what that relation is, I'm gonna start cutting out the most necessary pieces of this gown and keep adding all those extra elements until I run out of fabric or run out of elements, whichever comes first. I started this process by wisely rethinking my godet plan. Let's listen in on my musings. No side seam godets. They already make it hard to put in the pockets, so let's just skip it. Save some fabric. Might not do front godets either, but definitely back godets. Flatter in the front, fuller in the back, but I might still put some in the front if I have enough fabric. But this is a good way to save on fabric, so. Solid choices. Cool. Starting with the most necessary piece of all, the front center panel, I measured how long I want it to be, because this dress is not actually floor length on me by the pattern, so I'll be adding an extra 7 inches onto the hem in the front. That's probably a bit overboard, but y'all know how much I like to go overboard. My go-to trick on this pattern is also to taper the sides of each panel outward an extra inch or two just to get a bit more natural width to the hem. You gotta grab every bit of swoosh you can get. I was about to move on to the second most important thing, the side front panels, when I remembered nap. Not taking a nap, though that would be great, but the direction the fuzzy of this fabric goes, meaning it all needs to be cut out in the same direction. So I moved on to the sleeves since they will fit in this chunk of fabric that I have left, and those I just have to extend a bit and then add that point onto. Nothing too difficult. I did think that a normal hemline on that pointed sleeve end might look a bit weird though, so I cut out what I would call a sleeve facing. I'm not sure it'll work, but it's a small piece of fabric, so no worries if it doesn't. Now I can move on to those side front panels. Bit of a taper where I can get it, 7 extra inches onto the hem, Bob's your uncle. Always the next most important thing after the side front panels is the pockets, because I just trace the shape of those panels starting about 10 inches down from the top of the side seam. Easy peasy, lemons are being squeezied. Onto the back center panel, and this one is actually getting quite a bit of adjustment. First of all, I don't want the lacing in the back to just be ornamental. I want it to actually have something to cinch in. So I'm going to lightly expand the entire piece, starting at the point where the side panels attach. I've also got the train on this piece, and since I was already lengthening the whole skirt 7 inches, I decided a solid 18 inches on this back part would give me enough of skirt dragging. I'm prioritizing the hood next because it should fit in this chunk of fabric, and oh my goodness, this was the most winging it that winging it could possibly be, because I didn't even mark out any guidelines, I just started cutting. I guess I really should do that tutorial on hoods eventually, because I don't think I have time in this video to fully explain my reasoning here. Someone mentioned in the comments previously concerning lining the hood on my blue hoodie dress that it's not a good idea to line it with the stretch velvet, as that will actually get like caught in your hair. Great tip, thank you for that. So I pulled some other white fabric from my stash and did hair slippage tests, and yeah, I think this satiny stuff will do nicely. I'm not sure if non-stretch lining on a stretch material will bite me in the butt, but you know what? I'm sure it'll be fine. The side back panels and then those back godets both needed to taper from the original 7 inches longer than normal to the 18 inches longer than normal, but other than that, they were pretty normal kiddos. We are almost out of fabric now, and my remaining pieces are all technically optional. Arm capes, front godets, and belt. I sincerely hope that's all I have left at least. I have somewhat lost track. My priority out of those 3 is the arm capes, of course, because the belt I can probably get from my scraps if I want, and honestly, I think the shape of the gown will be really cool if it's flatter in the front and fuller in the back, so I can do without those front godets. Also, somewhere along the process of cutting this out, I kind of decided it's going to be just one gown, I guess. Maybe. Probably. So arm capes. I thought these would just be like a simple extension of the sleeve pattern, but then I remembered that I want the opening in the front with no visible seam, and yeah, I'm super hungry, so my brain no work right now. It's time for a lunch break. As often is the case, sandwich make brain work better. Ish. So back at it, I slowly figured out how to switch the sleeve pattern around so that the dips for the underarm are in the center with the peak of the shoulder and the dart on the outside. Theoretically, I can just sew what normally would be the dart closed and then just hem those outside edges, which will fall open, revealing the arm underneath. Dramatically. That's the hope, at least. I'm super duper unsure on this one. So we shall see. And I'll cut out the belt later because I really wanted to get started on construction. Okay, that was a lot of cutting out. Hello? Why are you not plugged in, sir? Hey, look, I found a pen. So as far as putting this dress together, theoretically it shouldn't be any more difficult than normal, right? Normally, I always start this dress with the front side, I think just so that I can get those pockets in and good to go. But I think I'm gonna start with the back. I wanna do that lacing. I think either of these would work. I just got 2 because one of them is kind of a brighter, shinier white than the other, and this is such a bright, shiny white. I feel like it matches to the fabric better. Well, actually, dang it. You were supposed to make my choice easier. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, no. No, yeah? This one is better. So yeah, this is a really easy way to add lacing to anything like this. Like if you wanted to take this pattern and add side lacing, you could do this exact same thing because you already have seams right there. So you just have to get some sort of trim with loops or make your own loops. I had a whole video talking about this, and you just sew it into that seam when you sew the seams together. I'm gonna base it down first, but you know. So now I can add the godets. It's very important to add the right one to the right side. Oh y'all, this is gonna be very interesting to sew on. I feel like the blue dress, the velvet on that was not as sticky. It's almost like Velcro-y with this, so when you stick two right sides together, like 1 minute they're sticking to each other and the next minute they're sliding. I don't know, the blue one I didn't really have trouble with that. Y'all, it just occurred to me that this dress and then the black dress from this same pattern could be like the angel and the devil on your shoulder. Anyway, random thought.
And there's our tiny lacing loops. Getting places. Okay, so a couple things. First of all, I look like I'm getting married. It's incredibly see-through. I don't know why I didn't fully expect that and prepare for that, but yeah, it's see-through. Also, the lacing on the back, I did not think through how tiny these lacing loops are and therefore how much of it there is. I think it looks kind of cool, but oh my goodness, that took forever to lace everything in there, and it's gonna be a whole thing to adjust it every single time, so that's fun. People ask me all the time, like, for tips for sewing with knit, and everybody acts like it's really hard, and honestly, you guys, I've never had that much trouble with it until today. This one has not been fun to sew on. This is the first time that I've really experienced the seams stretching the fabric out. And I'm doing everything I can that I normally do to stop that from happening, like feeding it through very carefully, making sure there's no pressure. But I think it's the fibers pushing against each other. It's like a really soft Velcro, and it's like one piece of fabric is literally just shoving the other one down, and there seems to be nothing I can do about it. So yeah, this is turning out to be lightly more frustrating than I thought it would be. I did just have a random thought though, because I was thinking I'm gonna have to either dig through my stash or go to Joann or Remainders and just find a white stretch material still, but like a much more stable one, and then basically make an entire underdress. It doesn't have to be as long, it can just kind of be mid-thigh. But then I remembered this dress from the pile of clothing that I'm supposed to upcycle in a video soon. It is the same pattern, it's white. Can I recycle this dress into the lining for this dress?
Let's find out.
So this is definitely a way more stable knit. It's much less stretchy, it is thicker all around. Obviously I wouldn't need the sleeves or the binding, but I could basically sew that one on and just cut off all the extra stuff, right? I think it'll work. It's not see-through anymore, and that was basically all I needed. But it also, I think with this sewn onto the lower layer, will provide much more stability here on top. That is delightful. That saves me from having to go buy fabric. It recycles something that I basically wasn't gonna use. Perfect! It's late and I am tired of this dress. But this gives me a good place to start tomorrow. It's so good when you find the solution before starting your next round of working on something. So like you know what you're coming back to and you know it's okay and a good thing. Always so handy. I'm really hungry, I'm gonna go eat dinner. Bye!
The next morning I got started on attaching the outer dress to the inner one, with immediate levels of chaos, including but not limited to drinking coffee over my white fabric, realizing the outer dress was bigger than the inner one and adjusting the seams rather haphazardly, and lots of making this face. Okay, y'all, I am feeling so much better about this now. I mean, one, it's not see-through. Bless you!
Oh, squishes. How wow.
But also, it just feels like way more stable, namely because it has sleeves. I am now considering what I want to do to the hem, because it's all just a little more drapey
than I imagined it being. But I'm also tempted to like maybe add fur around the bottom of it, or even put like horsehair on the inside so that it has like some structure. I don't know. But right now, I need to move on to those sleeves. We're gonna find out if the arm capes work. I don't know.
The inner ones went pretty okay. Lots of futzing around and adjusting the size, but the pointy bit with my sleeve facing went pretty well, and I think those will look nice. Then I moved on to the arm capes, and well, it went so poorly I just didn't film it. It's official. I hate this fabric with a burning, fiery hatred. Y'all. I have worked with so many different types of knit before. I have worked with a stretch velvet before, and I have never, ever had this much trouble. On top of everything that I already complained about, you also like can't iron it. I mean, you can, but it's risky. The back of the dress has an iron print on it now, so whoops about that. And also, seam ripping is just the devil. You can't see the threads on it in the first place, and then if you like do the proper official way I know this is tiny, but you can do like the proper seam ripping. I've learned how to do that, where you use this on the bottom and you know what I'm talking about. You do that, you're gonna make holes in it. So yeah, I'm having a blast. Actually, the shape of the arm capes turned out perfectly fine. I was a little confused by it at first, but it was actually okay. You know, it's basically like that. It was finishing this edge that's a problem. Basically just hemming it, which gives me so much confidence for the future hemming, like the entire hem that I'm gonna have to do on this dress. But yeah, I started hemming the edge. It looked atrocious. So then I seam ripped it out and managed to make several teeny tiny little holes. So now I'm wondering, what if I got some fur trim and finished the edges like that? So I think I could put this along the bottom of the arm capes, and that was already kind of what my plan was, but I think this would be too wide to try to finish the entire slit edges with. So if I could get something thinner, maybe? What I'm kind of coming to realize is that the best way to sew on this fabric is to have it not touch the sewing machine. You need something in between the fabric and the sewing machine. Like sewing the lining dress on was the best experience so far using this fabric, because the stuff that was touching my sewing machine was that stabler lining knit. So like the outer stuff didn't really stretch out or do any of the things that it's been doing for me. Trying to do like your normal double fold hem and then sew it, it's not working at all. I don't know. We will make it work. I am a quitter sometimes, but not on this one. I'm gonna make it work. How much of this do I have left? I mean, you could just close that up further. Try stuff. Now I'm just muttering to myself. So in a bout of absolutely great timing, someone suggested to me that I should check out JP's Tex and Trim, which is down in like the LA Fashion District, yesterday, which was perfect timing not only because I needed to go look for new trim, but also because I already had to drive down to that area to pick up my pottery. Y'all, I tried pottery. Hello. Right after I said that I wanted to try pottery, I was texting a friend like, oh, we should get together. And she was like, so actually, how about we go to a pottery class together? Like totally independent, hadn't mentioned anything to her. So that worked out well. Here is the bowl I made. I'm quite pleased with it. And here is a bowl that the teacher made, which she gifted to me because we made 2 bowls, but my first one was really, really weak. And then my bat got like kind of stuck to the wheel. So when I went to lift it off, I went, ugh, and the whole thing went, yeah. And she was like, we can't fire that. It will crack and fall apart. So my first attempt, complete failure. Second attempt, quite cute. I am very grateful that pottery requires quite a bit of stuff, because that means I can't just run out and buy the supplies and pick up another hobby. I really, really enjoyed it. I do not have space for a pottery studio, but I will probably go back and take some more classes. Anyway, my point being, that was right down the street from this fabric place that somebody had suggested, so I popped over in there. It was interesting, but suffice it to say that this store was absolutely packed with trim. of seemingly every kind. It was quite overwhelming and a little bit scary, and I tried my best to look through all of it, and there was no white fur trim. So that was a total bust, but still, thanks for the suggestion, thou who suggested it. So I went to Joann, and they had some white faux fur trim. This was the only one that had a decent amount of one kind. As a backup, I got some of this kind of like whitish clear ribbon. So if there is not enough of this, that's my backup plan. Oh, and also I bought a whale basket because it's a whale and a basket. Joann got me, y'all. So how long exactly is the arm cape? I don't want to math. 204, that's 17 feet, which is 5.6 yards. So theoretically, I do have enough of that. I started by putting my wide strip of fur along the bottom outside hem, just top stitching it down essentially, and then I cut a strip of the satin hood lining fabric to cover the back of that fur because I don't like how it looks. In retrospect, I think it might have looked better to just put the strip of fur on the inside of the arm cape hem, as that's what you see a lot more of than the outside, but oh well, too late. Then I sewed the thin strip of fur, which I have exactly the right amount of, not an inch to spare, on the inside edge of that split. This was the best way I could come up with to have clean edges and not see the back of the fur or anything, and yeah, I think it works as well as anything on this dress is gonna work, quite frankly. Then I could baste the arm cape onto the inner sleeve so they won't slide around, and finally stitch the sleeve onto the dress, chopping off the lining sleeve as I went. I then pinned the hood onto the neckline, adding 2 pleats on each side so that it would be the proper size. Never have to measure if you pleat or gather. Once that was sewn on, I MacGyvered a chopstick with a needle on the end to get the lining and the outer points of the hood lined up, and then like sew a pom-pom on there. And y'all, clearly this is the most fun I've had making this entire dress. I am liking this so much more now. It's actually really comfy too. There's just a few things left to fix. I don't like the height right here, so I'm just gonna taper this down so that it sits a little better here on front, and then I just need to finish up that inside edge. Then it's the hem, which I think I'm going to use the ribbon like I was maybe gonna do on here. It really just makes a huge difference sewing something non-stretch onto this fabric instead of the fabric to itself. Or potentially some horsehair, because I do have some horsehair, and that would make it stand out a little better. And then I think I will try to make a belt for it, a belty sash thing, but I'm not gonna film any of the rest of this. We have seen me struggle with this fabric long enough, so let's go to that final product. Yeah. Did I bonk you in the face? My pom-pom! That's mine. Yo, he loves these pom-poms. I think they're just the perfect size for his little snoot.
That one's attached. Munch, munch, munch. Oh, baby. This Snow Queen only has red boots. And they hurt. On the other hand, the dress is very, very comfortable. Although, note to self, or possibly anyone, when you make a dress with a train on it, it's probably a good idea to have a partner for your photo shoot. I like film and photograph myself by myself usually for these final products. It's very rare that Matt is home and can help me. But this would have been a good one to wait for him to get home, cause there's no one to fix your train, and trying to fix it yourself is hard. I would love to take photos of this in the snow one day, but I would have to drive several hours before I would possibly hit snow. I'm assuming at least like 6 to 8, if not more. It is a heavy dress, which I feel like is something I make a lot. People are always asking like, oh my goodness, how heavy is whatever gown you just made? Hi, Trotty Paws. Did you go looking for your pom-pom? And they do tend to weigh quite a bit, but I think I really like that. It's almost like, I've never had a weighted blanket, but I assume it's kind of the feeling of a weighted blanket. Like, I enjoy wearing a dress that is heavy. It feels very like, secure, stately. I don't know. I really like the feeling of a heavy dress, so I've never mind that. You're so needy right now. I did end up getting myself more of the fur trim and doing horsehair on the hem. So there's horsehair on the inside and then the fur trim on the outside. And that did make the hem stand out a lot more. Yeah, I mean, ultimately I don't really have any critiques of it other than like, I don't think I will be working with stretch velvet or fur for quite a while, if not like forever. Way too problematic. I really enjoy the feeling of this. It's very delightful to me, but yeah, I'm gonna... Not again. I can be done with that. I do like how this dress and the black dress are sort of direct opposites in more ways than one. Like, yeah, one is all black, one is all white. That one's kind of revealing. This one's very covering. But also, I started the black dress in kind of a funk, in a weird place, and the process of making it brought me so much joy and made me so happy. And this one, I started like, yes, raring to go, so excited about this dress. And the process of making it just like collapsed my mood. I was so annoyed with it up until the very end. I love it now. I'm glad that I stuck with it and didn't quit, but it challenged me more than I expected it to. And I think that's ultimately what got me, is that I had pictured this dress in my head for a really long time, and I had not pictured it being this challenging to construct. Come to your projects with an open mind, I think is the lesson here. And then maybe you won't get grumpy 5 minutes in when it proves to be more difficult than you expected. Oh, there's salt on my face. Acrylic paint and salt, y'all, because I really didn't have any white makeup. So this worked. Oh, my nose is starting to run. It's not even cold outside. It was actually a ridiculously warm day to be filming in this. Of course it was. Okay, bye. Let me just... Oh. Where's the sleeve? Didn't I have a finished sleeve somewhere? Oh, Lord. Let's not talk about that. Exciting stuff. It feels very circle of life that my first version of this dress would end up getting recycled into the lining of version 13. Also, Link still loves those pom-poms. So after finishing the glorious Snow Queen gown, I took quite a long break from this pattern. I think about 10 months. In that time, I did make a sort of sit-down explanation video of these two hoodie dresses, solely because they had gained a fair amount of attention on short form over on Instagram, and people kept asking for the details of how they were made. We're not gonna put that one in this compilation though, it's kind of just blah and informational in my opinion. That means we are moving forward to the day that I decided to make a dress with this super low adjustable lace-up back, this one, and then got way more fascinated in the semi-circle hip godet kind of things and decided to go off script with a 7349 exploration. Let's pick up right there, about halfway through the video.
Okay, so we should be done now. We're done with that dress. We should be going to the final product and all that stuff, right? We're gonna make a pit stop. And by a pit stop, I mean, I'm gonna make a whole second dress. The adjustable lacing thing ended up not really working in the way that I was imagining it, which is fine. That's totally fine. We try things, we don't always succeed. But I really like the hip additions on me a lot more than I thought I would. And since I was so fascinated at how well these two fabrics go together, I thought, you know what, let's just go for it. Let's make a second dress, let's try it again. The focus all being on the hip things instead of the low back lacing thing. I am gonna do a totally different method this time because I realized as I was doing all of these mini adjustments to the top of the black dress and adding darts and everything, that I was just slowly turning it more and more into this dress, my favorite dress, the only pattern I ever use. So rather than drafting it from scratch or using the patterns that I just created, I'm just gonna use this pattern and alter it to allow for the hip things, yeah? This also means that I can utilize the lovely raglan sleeves that are on this pattern and not draft self-draft set in sleeves again, cause that went okay, but it didn't go great. Overall though, there's not that much of interest about this. I'm just gonna make another dress. I'm gonna use the pattern, I'm gonna alter things, it's gonna be grand. Probably. Variations on a theme. Y'all know how much I love variations on a theme. So this feels like it could be a montage. Let's montage it. Also though, I was looking through all of my cookbooks that I do not use enough because me and recipes don't really get along super well. And I found a recipe in here for passion fruit Jaffa cakes, and I'm gonna make those while I'm making this second dress. So we'll throw that into the montage too. Actually, I'm gonna give you montage with voiceover because I've always got something to say. Since winter is upon us, sort of, around here it mostly just peeks at us over the horizon, and I've really been wanting some more comfy hoodie dresses, I figured this is the perfect opportunity to make myself another one, which means this whole thing is going to be ankle length, and at some point I'll remember to cut a hood out for it. I cut out the front and back pieces exactly like normal, and then for the 4 side pieces, I added that curve right at the top of the hips, using a handy-dandy slice of lime as a guide. I'm definitely getting pockets into this one, and then the sleeves are gonna be in the lighter, softer fabric, which will also be the hip additions, but I'll cut those out later. Matt is making risotto for lunch, so after chopping a shallot for him, cause he hates that part, I got to sewing this together. Should have been simple, shouldn't have taken long, only I once again convinced myself that everything would be perfect, so go ahead and sew that top stitching without trying it on. It'll be fine! It was not fine. Yeah, for some reason, I'm having way more fit issues than I have ever had with this dress and this pattern, which is super weird and unexpected, and therefore, I basically sewed the whole dress together with all the top stitching before realizing that a ton of stuff needs to be adjusted. This is somewhat annoying, since seam ripping on this knit is not exactly a walk in the park, so before I started cutting corners and rushing my way through dress number 2, which I'm still trying to do slowly and carefully in the manner so successful so far, I decided to take a break to start those passion fruit Jaffa cakes. Hopefully when I come back to the dress, I'll be more in the mood to seam rip everything. In case you couldn't tell, this is a British cookbook, so whereas in America we have gelatin powder pretty much exclusively, Brits use gelatin sheets. But guess who found gelatin sheets in a French grocery store here? That's right, it's me. And that was potentially years ago, and this is the first time I'm using them. So, do gelatin sheets go bad? I'm just making the jelly that goes in the Jaffa cakes for now, so it's all that passion fruit juice mixed with orange juice. Gotta have the traditional orange flavor. Whoops. And then you stir in a couple tablespoons of sugar and those gelatin sheets, pour it in a tray, and cross your fingers that it'll set. Spoiler alert, it did! After hours and hours, seriously so many hours of seam ripping, pinning, Basting, trying on, adjusting, sewing, and trying on again, we ended up pretty much back where we started. Can you see the difference? I hope so, but if not, I can see and feel the difference in the fit, and that's what matters. Tomorrow, we do the hip stuff. This isn't really a montage anymore, is it? We're just fully going down the road of dress number 2. I guess it feels like a montage to me if I don't put on my lav mic and talk to the camera for half an hour straight. Anyway, I cut out 4 quarter circles of the lighter fabric, because we're gonna do a half circle on each hip for maximum swoosh. Also, that means there's a seam down the center for pocket insertion. Huzzah! Oh, and I baked the sponge for the Jaffa cakes first thing, so those are done. And, I'm not sure if they're supposed to look like this, but we're going with it. Back to the table, I also remembered that this is gonna be a hoodie dress and therefore needs a hood. Had just enough of the soft fabric left for the lining, and then the sturdier fabric will go on the outside. Got that put together, nice and big and cozy, just the way I like my hoods. And then it was back to those Jaffa cakes. The jelly worked out really nicely, very tart and passion fruity. But I think I was supposed to turn the little sponges over before putting the jelly on top? Who knows? Well, the Brits know. I don't know. Feel free to chime in, Brits. Am I doing this completely wrong?
The chocolate will not stick to the jelly.
In the end, we got some very, very messy Jaffa cakes, and I was reminded why I don't like working with chocolate. So much mess, so much sticky, so much cleanup. They do taste very good though, so back to the dress. The hip additions were super easy to attach, but y'all, I even basted the first one on just to be sure I liked where it was before committing to those tiny, tight, very hard to seam rip seams. Look at me learning.
I should try it on. Yo, it turned out so good. I absolutely love it. But wait, don't look at it yet. Let's just go to the final product. Finally!
Y'all. Oh, I didn't position the camera very well, did I? Whoops. That'll do. Y'all, I love both of these dresses so freaking much, but let's be real, mostly this one. It's so comfy. I'm reminded of how much I love hoodie dresses, and I am so pleased to have another one in the collection. There is just something about being in a comfy knit dress and also being able to simultaneously swoosh your way around the house like you are a medieval princess. It's just the perfect combo. This fabric right here is so light and soft and breezy, while this one is like nice and thick and stable. And the combo works so well because the whole dress feels like really sturdy because the main parts of it are, but also light and floaty and swooshy because so much of the skirt is the significantly lighter knit. Anyway, that's all I gotta say on this one. I love it. Other thoughts. All other thoughts have left my brain. Oh, yeah, it was nice to really take my time on these and to not rush. And by nice, I mean it was very annoying at times, especially when I basically had to completely deconstruct this dress and start over. It was nice because it was worth it, and I'm really pleased to have kind of some of my best made garments here. Like, again, not that the black one is perfect, but I feel like it has a higher quality of construction than I normally do, while at the same time still being my kind of construction. Like, none of the seams are finished on the inside because I never bother finishing seams out of knit material. So it's still a me construction, but it is me to a higher quality than I maybe have been in the past. And I think that was really a good practice. It took me longer to make. It took me longer to make these two dresses than it maybe normally would have. I was doing it very slowly. The irony being that it still didn't take that long because they're still basically two pretty simple dresses. Anyway, my brain's about had it for the day, so I'm gonna go eat a Jaffa cake. Later, taters. Oh, I'm sorry, Bubby. I'm so sorry. Did Mommy almost step on your foot? Oh no, oh no. Congrats on 10 years with LinkedIn. I didn't even know I had a LinkedIn. I've played around with use and care. All right, it's a whiteboard, calm down. It's almost lunchtime, but it's not close enough to lunchtime. Now, with a whole gaggle of comfy knit hoodie dresses in my closet, I was kinda in the mood for something different. But not that different, because, you know, it's still 7349. I don't know why I started recording and then walked out of the room. I am always cold, like hands and feet, absolute ice to the point where it is just my natural accepted state. I don't really do a whole lot to rectify the issue. I learned from a very young age that physical discomfort is synonymous with existence, and we don't have time to unpack all of that. So instead, how about I just do something about it today? Here's the thing about winter in Southern California. It's never that cold, which again, doesn't matter much for my personal body because I'm cold in the heat of summer. But you run into those weeks and months where in the morning it is pretty decently chilly. Like, it's not just jacket weather, it is full-on coat weather. But the sun here does a great job. It does amazing work. It works like it's getting a performance report at the end of the day. So by noon, possibly like 2 o'clock at the latest, it'll be a drastically different temperature. No coats or jackets required. You could go tanning. And then night falls, and we're back to coats. So as someone who doesn't like to change clothes multiple times a day, I'm in need of a good layer. I'd love to just cozy up in a blanket during these early and late hours, but I'm always moving around, sort of. I'm mostly sitting still, but I'm always using my hands, and therefore my arms. So I need a Snuggie. Bye. Are those still being sold? Doesn't matter. Why would I buy something made of fabric when I have a closet full of fabric and a sewing machine at my disposal? What do you think about that? Pat, 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 pat. Check out this enormous piece of fuzzy warm material. It's delightful. I found it at Remainders, immediately snapped all of it up because my brain said blanket robe. I'm not just gonna do a square with sleeves in it though. We're going a little bit more sophisticated here. Where's my coffee? Hello, coffee? I'm actually gonna utilize my favorite pattern again. Wow! This makes version like 16 or something. I've lost count. I feel like you're too dark. I'm gonna lighten up on the shaping of the dress, less curvy up top, but actually more curvy down bottom. I want a fuller skirt for more blanket-like behavior. And then I'm gonna have it open in the front like a robe. I'm gonna put kind of just wide sleeves on it that can be easily rolled up to be out of the way. And then perhaps surprisingly, I'm not gonna put a hood on it because like a Snuggie, I want it to be comfortable to be worn in either direction, on front or back. So if I'm sitting in my chair editing, I can put it on this way. Yeah, this should be super easy. So easy that I'm kind of wondering how it's gonna be a full video. But you know me, I always have thoughts to chat about, or something I wanna bake, or 5 more ideas that I decide to do all at the same time. So video length is not a concern to me. Let's cut it out. The back piece is the only one going on the fold in this rendition, and then I basically just laid it on a diagonal. So the neckline is about the same as usual, but it'll be way wider through the waist and hips, and of course, that hemline will be potentially massive. The front piece, I'll do the same, also smoothing out some of the curves over the bust because it's not supposed to be a form-fitting dress anymore. I added several inches to the center so there will be an overlap and then sliced it down the middle so the robe can open. Sort of the same with the side pieces, just a little less curvy up top and then some extra inches starting around the waist and going all the way down into the hem. All I need is the sleeves and then we can get sewing. But first, I said baking, so now I want to bake. I'm in the mood to make bread, and I was thinking monkey bread because that has been on my list, but for some reason we have a ridiculous number of sweets and sugary snacks in the house right now, possibly because it's holiday season and they're hard to resist. So I don't think a super sugary bread is a great idea. A savory bread would be better. I'm not sure what kind yet, I will figure that out, but I have a crap ton of garlic right now, so I think I'm gonna start by making garlic confit, and then I can figure out how to get that into a bread later. I started by putting a pot of water on to boil because I saw a trick for peeling garlic the other day that I've never tried before. You just dump them in some hot water briefly to loosen the skins. Gonna try it, why not? But first I have to get all the cloves separated. Apparently a dangerous business since they somehow made me bleed. Am I a vampire? Is garlic a danger to me? Also, I found a couple sprouting cloves, so I'ma set those guys aside. I don't think the water has to be fresh off of boiling. The hottest water from the sink would probably work fine, but I figured why not go big while at home? Do you find the phrase go big or go home as ridiculous as I do? I mean, first of all, I'd love to go home, pretty much always. Don't tempt me with the option to go home. But also, I'm most comfortable going big while at home, aren't you? Anyway, this wasn't some miracle solution. The skins didn't just fall off magically. You still have to stand there and peel them one by one. But they did peel away much easier than normal. But this still took me like almost an hour. So much garlic. Yay. Now we submerge them in olive oil. Seriously, they have to be fully covered so they don't burn. Don't worry though, I'm not wasting olive oil here. I'm just making garlic olive oil, which we will use in everything because garlic is the universal spice in this household. And now they go in the oven at 250 Fahrenheit for 2 hours. And I stuck my little growing garlics in a bit of water because I don't want to go into the garage for potting soil right now. And we're back to the blanket robe. Just kidding, I immediately wandered off to do other things for the entirety of those 2 hours. So now the garlic is done, huzzah! That is stunning. Now we're back to the blanket robe for real, and it took me less time to sew all those pieces together than it did for me to peel all that garlic.
Baby, I love the smell of garlic.
Good, because it's gonna smell like that for a long time.
You know the cozy vibes are gonna be, as the kids say, immaculate, when it already feels like a blanket while you're sewing it together. Ended up with this. It's cozy, it's swooshy, it can be worn front to back as I intended. I knew the sleeves would be too short because I wanted to use a chunk of fabric that I had left over rather than cutting into the remaining chunk of fabric, you know? So I'm just gonna add a big cuff onto the end. But first, gonna go make some dough. After much debating, I decided to make some focaccia using this recipe. That way I can use both the confit garlic and that incredible garlic oil. Now, I'm always a little suspicious of lazy or no-need bread recipes, cause the glutens, y'all, how are they developing? But I have made focaccia several times before, I believe one time fairly successfully, so it seems like a safe-ish one to try. Instead of kneading, you do a bunch of folding inward on the dough and then 30-minute bouts of rest. So while that rests for the first time, I'm back to the robe.
Sorry, bud. Did mommy scare you? Come here. Come here, baby. Come here. No, you just want pets and cuddles? Oh, my sweet potato.
You're such a sweet potato.
Folded the front edges over and stitched them down, and then I got the large cuffs onto the sleeves, which makes them long enough and easy to fold up when I want them shorter and out of the way.
Everybody wants to be a cat, because a cat's the only cat who knows where it's at.
So I always forget to eat cheese until I eat cheese, and then my cheese is so good.
Yeah. I
I don't know how good this is gonna be. I think it'll be fine.
It occurred to me at this moment that I completely forgot about pockets.
What about the pockets? Pockets.
I guess because I wasn't thinking of this as a normal piece of clothing, they just burrowed down in my brain and refused to remind me of their necessary presence. Not to worry though, it'll just take a bit of seam ripping and pockets will be added. While I'm at the cutting table, I also made a big binding strip for the neckline, so it'll almost be like a standing collar or a turtleneck, just enough to keep the throat warm without constricting. And then the bread gets smashed into a pan, topped with those garlic cloves, salted by Matt, I oversalted the last one I made, and baked. I totally forgot to do the steam thing in the oven that makes a good crust, so whoopsies, but oh my god, this still tasted amazing. And we destroyed half of it while making dinner. Not for dinner, before dinner. Alrighty y'all, so last night I added the collar, I guess you could call it, the neck binding. It's like halfway between those two things. This also works a lot better over something that doesn't have sleeves, which is kind of my whole point, is that I want to wear cooler clothes for the afternoon and be able to throw this on top in the morning or in the evening when I'm freezing. Go somewhere, Mike. I really like it. I've kind of been thinking that this pattern, my favorite dress pattern, would make an absolutely gorgeous coat. I just don't have much reason to make a coat. But I feel like this proves it in the proper fabric and with the proper, you know, shaping and everything of the collar and the front, because you would kind of have to do that yourself. Really good coat. So I do still need to get my pockets in. I think I've decided to do normal like inseam pockets on the front here, but then on this back section do this kind of pocket, patch pockets I guess you would call them, because that's what they are, so that if I'm wearing it like a Snuggie in the front, I have pockets right here to also put my hands or random stuff in. And then I also realized that I just kind of need a sash for this. There's really a good amount of overlap, but I think if I'm just wearing it, I don't know, it kind of sticks to itself, which is handy. Oh, it might just be sticking on the pin that's in it. Ha! It needs a sash. But I'm always really annoyed with sashes on robes because they're not attached and they always like shift, so then there's tons on one side and only a little bit here, or they just disappear altogether. So because this is fitted and you don't really need the sash to go all the way around, I think I'm gonna sew in a sash in the inseams, in the side seams. That way it cannot move around and it cannot be lost, and then it'll just tie in the front like this. This is looking pretty coat-ish, which I'm actually happy about. It feels like a blanket, but it looks more like a coat, because I would like to be able to throw this on in the morning while I'm walking the puppy around the neighborhood and not look like I'm wearing a blanket or a Snuggie or a robe. And I think I'm achieving that more than I expected to, so grand. So for starters, I am gonna have to do some seam ripping. But I was so good this time, because I think I'm gonna add top stitching to this eventually, but I was like, no. You will add that at the very end. Do not top stitch anything, so there shouldn't be as much to seam rip. Oh, my nose is running. It's that time of year when my eyes are dry and my nose is always wet. Anyone else love dry season? I hate putting on lotion, but the feeling of dry hands is worse. This is always the balance when you have sensory issues, is like, which sensory issue is more annoying? So in the winter I will put on lotion, but I have such dry eyes just all the time for whatever reason. An eye doctor told me one time that for the average person, when you blink, it's supposed to take, if I recall correctly, she said 10 seconds for like the effect of the blinking to fade away, like you're re-wetting your eyes, and it's supposed to take like 10 seconds for that to dissipate. And she said mine was dissipating in 2 seconds, so that's great. But yeah, when we get to these really dry seasons, I'll often just kind of wake up with my eyes already burning a little bit, and it just doesn't go away. That's just there all day. Anyway, I'm avoiding seam ripping by just sitting here and chatting, and you know we can't have that, so bye-bye, lav mic. Went ahead and cut out the sashes first, which I could mostly get out of my scraps, so huzzah for that, and then I turned on some videos and went to work shredding the robe. I mean, not really, but that's kind of what it looks like I did, doesn't it? It was easiest to lay the robe out on the big table like this and pin the sashes and pockets into place, then run to the sewing room, do some stitching, and come back to the table for more pinning and placement. Of course, there were also pit stops for puppy cuddles.
What you doing? Hello? Are you so pretty? Ah. Big sneeze.
I often hear people say not to sew at night or late in the evening or whatever, because that's when they're most likely to make mistakes, and I don't really do that naturally, because I'm a morning person and I don't like working when it's dark outside, which makes 4 p.m. sunsets in the winter an absolute blast for my brain. But there are just like random chunks of time scattered throughout any random day when I start making a bunch of mistakes, or the machine starts messing up, or general spattering of chaos settles over the room like a fine dust. This was one of those times.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That was on me. Don't sew with your presser foot raised, y'all. It's not how you're supposed to do it. Okay. That was bad. Oh dear. Oh dear. Don't worry about me, everything is just going wrong. No.
Took a break to go to the farmer's market though, and then managed to get everything sewn closed again with fewer mistakes.
Alrighty y'all, we've got sash. We've got pockets. And more pockets. I just need to add a hem, and I think I am gonna do all of the top stitching that I've been putting off until I knew I wouldn't have to rip it out. But I think it'll just make the whole thing a little sturdier and it'll make it last longer. So top stitching, hem, and then it's done. Let's take a look.
It is chilly outside today. Like, I saw my breath in the air at one point. That's always unexpected. Why is there a fur in my coffee? Please hold. But y'all, this was a fabulous idea. I feel like those old images of Father Christmas. Like when he used to have like the long robes. I don't know, it kind of feels like that. I guess there's like a slightly Victorian feeling to this in my head, although I don't think that's accurate whatsoever. I have decided to reward myself with a puzzle because this is the last video before something I'll tell you about next week. Basically, it was my last project for a video for this year, yeah? In case you didn't know, what's on the table? I film all of my content a month in advance, so it's not actually my last project of the year, but it's the last project that you will be seeing in 2024. Next one, 2025. Oh, that was loud. So I'm gonna celebrate. I'm gonna allow myself the joy of doing a puzzle. If you have been watching the second channel, you will know that I have recently discovered I really like puzzles, but I get so like immediately focused on them that I can't just do one at random. I have to make sure that I have time to do one. So I'm gonna give myself the time right now. It's another of the world of puzzles. Focus on Mary. I love these. I have 3 now. I got the Shakespeare one too, and they're gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, this guy's artwork, I just absolutely love it. His style is just stunning to me, and then of course I love that they're book related. Anyway, we're not sticking around for this. You aren't sticking around for this. This is the end of the video. Ooh. You know what's gonna be perfect for my dry and burning eyes right now? Intensely staring at puzzle pieces. Yay! But yeah, this was a fabulous choice. The blanket robe. Highly recommend just getting, like, this is more of a sweatshirt fleece because it's got the different texture on the inside. But even if you just got a regular fleece, minky, I think is that one with the dots in it, any like blanket material, and then make yourself a big ass robe out of it. It just feels fabulous. I feel like a princess. Once again, princess seam dresses, man, they were well named. Why were they named that? I don't know, but they're very accurate. Every princess seam dress I make, or in this case, coat/robe. It's more coat-like than I thought it would be, quite honestly, which I suppose I should have expected, but I didn't expect. No cheating. I must separate all of the ones that are stuck together before I even start. But yeah, I definitely feel like I can stroll around the neighborhood in this in the cold mornings with the puppy, and people will still think it's odd because it's not exactly a normal thing to wear. But I stroll around the neighborhood wearing a lot of, you know, fairly abnormal fashion. It's just the difference of like abnormal fashion versus straight up, these are my pajamas. I don't think anyone would really give me a second glance if I strolled around our neighborhood in my pajamas, quite honestly. Except I sleep naked, so I don't have pajamas, and I would definitely get second glances at that. Ooh, because the sleeves are tighter at the top, you can push up the sleeves and they stay pretty well. That's fabulous. Want some puzzle ASMR? Anyway, blanket robes, fashionable snuggies. I give them a big old heck yes. I'ma go work a puzzle now. I'ma stay and work a puzzle now. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, I wanted to show you the garlic. Ah, look at this. Let me come closer. No focus. All right, so I put these in here, what, 2 days ago? And they had like this high of sprout and this high of sprouts. So not only have they sprouted, but they did not have any, what are those called? Roots? They didn't have any roots whatsoever. So all of those roots and like tripling in sprout height has happened literally from just 2 days of being in a little bit of water. So, highly recommend growing some garlic in your kitchen. I should probably transfer them to dirt soon-ish, but I'm gonna give them, I think, a couple more days in the water. Anyway, bye for real now. I'll see you next week. Finished the puzzle, in case anyone was wondering. This one was a lot harder than the Jane Austen one. There were a lot of neutrals and a lot of repeating motifs, like so many of the same exact flowers scattered all over the entire thing. Still finished it in 2 days though.
In the goo.
So as someone who doesn't why can I hear somebody walking by our house so loudly? The fridge is making weird noises.
What are we talking about?
I don't know. Sorry, I'm filming myself staring at my phone for 10 flat minutes, straight minutes.
My undies are falling off. Why? Between the cozy winter dressing gown and another lighter, summerier dressing gown that is coming up, I did revisit McCall 7349 3 times. First of all, I used it as the base for the top of my Mosaic dress, or back then I was calling it my stained glass dress, a project which is still in the works as I film this. This was my first time making this pattern with a non-stretch fabric, and it is the only time so far that I've made a top out of the pattern. It worked great. I really like the cut of it, and 'tis now covered in many, many, many felt tiles. If you're keeping count, that makes version 17, and versions 18 and 19 were both done in a copying my own designs video where I attempted to answer a lot of questions that people had submitted about some of my most common designs, like the hoodie dress, the comfy knit dress, and the comfy knit jumpsuit. We're gonna skip that video for this compilation though, because again, it is mostly sort of just informational. So say a quick hello to 18 and 19, and then let's move on to version 20. Another dramatic delight. It feels like ages since I've made a dramatic garment. I need swoosh! I made this fabulously cozy, comfy, hello, robe / dressing gown when we were going into this winter, and it has proven incredibly handy. We don't really say dressing gown in America anymore, but we should, because this is what I picture when you say robe, and this needs more dramatic terminology. I've worn it a ton. Honestly, I am still throwing it on many, many mornings because I am so incredibly cold-blooded. And swooshing around the house in this is not only a great way to gather up all the puppy fur like I'm a human broom, but it also makes me feel like an old school princess in her castle. A warm princess, which is just a delight. So, I want one for summer. This one might be a little less day-to-day useful because I want it to be a little more over-the-top dramatic, or a lot more. I am thinking big full skirt. I'm thinking I should learn to draw better. Nah. And ruffles. Ruffles galore. Which would be a fabulous drag queen name. Welcome to the stage, Ruffles galore. Yeah, that'd work really well. Wow, that's a mess. But you get it, right? I want the whole thing to be in a significantly lighter fabric than this so that I can use a crap ton of it and it won't weigh me down. Hey, beautiful, big stretch. So the last time that I was at Remainders, I was glancing around to see if anything fit the bill. I kind of wanted a cute print, something reminiscent of spring or summer, but then I also needed a lot of it. And what did I happen upon? Bees. Bees on yellow in a light, almost sheer, but not actually sheer material that looked pretty dang solid in the yardage category. I got all of it. The person who cut it out for me was so excited because she said she had literally just put it out that morning and she was waiting to see who would take it, so perfection! 'Twas meant to be. I have already forgotten how much it was that I got, but I want to say this is like 10 yards. And this is a Joann fabric, which I managed to procure for like, what, half of their clearance rate? Oh, God, I love Remainders. So I looked on their website to see if it was still listed, because I am finding myself uncharacteristically interested in the fiber content. I think just because I'm kind of thinking it's a cotton and I want to know. No such luck though, there were tons of bee prints still on there, but not this exact one. And I am still curious. So, how about a little fire? Okay, every time I do a burn test, someone freaks out, so I feel the need to point out this is concrete, not carpet. We are outside. Let's burn stuff. Oh, caught quickly. It is burning quickly. And it's pretty much gone. Cool. Smells like a good old campfire. The ash breaks down to pretty much nothing. I think it's cotton. Okay, absolutely genius me did not observe that there's a logo right next to the Joanne logo that says cotton. All right, well, we had fun lighting things on fire anyway. It's a bunch of cotton, huzzah. So here is my next quandary. Is that the right word? I don't know, but it's a word that I want to use because it's such a good word. To pattern or to self-draft? Subcategory under to pattern with the pattern that I use so much and I know so well that's the same pattern that I made the other robe out of, or to try a new pattern. I don't really want to fully self-draft this just because I want sleeves on it, and I don't feel like figuring sleeves out today. If I was doing puffed sleeves, yes, but I don't want puffed sleeves, I want ruffles specifically. The only thing I'm not fully sure about when it comes to this pattern, McCall 7349, and adjusting it for the dressing gown, is the neckline, but I think I could literally just slope it down. On the last one, I left it up and I let that fold open as like a collar kind of thing. But on this, I think I just want to put a big ruffle around the neck. So why am I even considering a totally different pattern? Purely because I seem to recall buying a dressing gown robe dramatic thing pattern at some point. Let's see if I've even, I mean, of course I still have it, I didn't get rid of anything, but let's see if I can find it. There was a whole period of life, a short period of life, before I actually started sewing, when I bought a bunch of patterns. Because I still thought I needed patterns to sew, and I'm very glad I discovered otherwise. That's option number one. This one is like what the word robe means here. Kind of boring in my opinion. And it doesn't have any shaping to it. That's what I like, is I like using the princess seam shaping to make it into a dressing gown. It's not just this loose, sacky robe that you have to tie a thingy around to make it fit you. It's already shaped. Oh, I have the walkaway dress pattern. I didn't know I had that. Oh, it was this one. The thing that's clearly from a specific movie, but they can't say it's from that specific movie. What movie is this? I don't know, y'all know. Okay, but this is not at all the look that I want. I don't want these puffed sleeves. And this one has shaping in the back, like it has pleating in the back, which is really cool, but it doesn't have anything in the front. It's meant to hang open, and I do actually want like a closing in the front dressing gown. All right, well, guess what we are using? The one we always use. It's my destiny. Okay, I gotta go pick Matt up from the airport, but when I get back, we're cutting stuff out. Woo!
Tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, so I didn't get anything cut out after a round trip to the airport. Other stuff came up. But here we are, early in the morning, coffee in hand, bees on the table. Just like I like it. Let me get all the basics done first, and then we will chat about everyone's greatest topic of interest. Ruffles versus flounces. I know, right? Aren't we excited? I decided right away that I want the bulk of the fullness on the skirt of this gown to be in the back so that it's got that kind of sweeping drama. Therefore, I widened the back piece quite a bit, and I'll also do 2 godets in the back. Briefly considered a train, but really, I can't go that impractical. This isn't supposed to be a costume after all.
Tempting.
The front piece I didn't widen at all, but I did cut out 2 of them, so they'll overlap in the front like a robe should. I'll figure out how I'm cutting down that neckline and finishing the edges once I've got it all sewn together. The back and front side panels I widened just as much as the width of my fabric would allow. Gotta get some extra swoosh in wherever I can. Now for all the non-pattern extras. Pockets, of course. I did a little patch pocket that I'm gonna try to hide on the inside of the gown too. Since I'm only doing 2 godets, I decided to make them absolutely giant. Huzzah! And then I remembered that I need a sash. Made it massively longer than necessary, cause why not? I'm so excited to have scraps of this fabric, which is a little funny to say, but like, this in my patchwork trunk of fabric is gonna be so fun. It's ready to use on future projects. It's not even just because of the bees, I also just really like the color yellow. It's very cheerful. I still have a decent chunk of material left despite having cut out so much, which is great because I am not kidding about the galoreness of the ruffles I desire here. And I know that I said we would talk about ruffles and flounces next, but I actually think that I should sew the base garment together first and try it on and make sure everything fits and stuff, especially since this is my first time doing the entire thing out of non-stretch fabric. I did do the top for my stained glass garment thing out of this pattern with a non-stretch material, but it was just the top, so this is actually kind of new territory for this pattern. And if I sewed it all together and it didn't quite fit and I needed a new back piece or something and then I didn't have enough fabric left because I already cut out a bunch of ruffles and flounces, that would be annoying. So how about we go sew and then we will come back for all of this. Bring on the French seams! French seams mixed with pockets and godets were kind of mind-melting, but it was actually really nice to have a challenge in this sewing project, get the gears spinning and all that stuff. And it was balanced by the fact that this simple cotton material is so freaking easy to work with. I mean, I always say knit material isn't that hard to use, the issues are overblown, it's easy. But I must admit that I perhaps have forgotten how easy basic non-stretch cotton is. In comparison, yeah, okay, knit can be a little tricky. Anyway, I wanted to solely focus on those French seam inseam pockets, so I started sewing without the camera on, and then wha-bam! Several hours later, I emerged from my fog and realized I had continually put off filming. And now we're finishing up the base dress. I sewed both godets in before doing the second seam on them, the French seam. Then halfway attached the sleeves so that I could try the whole thing on and be slightly reassured of the general fit. Hey, guess what? It generally fit.
Okay, so current debate. Don't mind this sleeve, it is just not attached yet. This one is attached, French seamed, all of that. And my first reaction was that, like, it's too tight, and then I realized that's because I'm very used to stretch material. It actually fits perfectly, like, if I want something tight to my arm. I have range of movement, but it's like, it's snug on there in a really good way. Like, honestly, kind of surprising how perfectly it fits. But if this is a robe and the sleeve is that tight, I can't really put it on over anything that has sleeves. But as I'm saying that, I'm also realizing that this is not the kind of robe I would put on over something, because it's not a keeping warm robe, you know? If I'm gonna throw this on, it'll be like, I don't feel like getting dressed in the morning, so I'm just gonna throw on a dressing gown instead. So I think it's fine. I don't think I need the sleeves to be loose. Do they bother me? No? I don't think so. Great, thanks for joining me for that debate. We're sticking with the tight sleeves. Let me just, you know, sew on the other one.
Heck yes. French seamed godet threads. I'm pretty pleased with that. Huzzah!
Y'all, the shaping of this honestly does have a bit of a historical vibe. Is it just because of the sleeves? I have no idea, but I'm liking it. Sleeves are sewn on, godets are French seamed. We have what is essentially a basic dressing gown here. It's just a little too basic, huh? So I need to cut down my neckline. This is all the extra neckline material right here. And I'm gonna like slope it like so. And then, which will probably be tomorrow morning because it's kind of dinner time, we can actually talk about flounces and ruffles. As promised. I have been building this up way too much. It's just flounces and ruffles. Don't get too excited. So here's the deal. A ruffle is typically a long rectangle or strip of fabric that is gathered up at the top to create that fluffy goodness. While a flounce is a curved piece of fabric, often cut out in a spiral, although I believe you can also just do it in a circle. A butterfly sleeve is basically just a flounce, and it creates these more gentle undulations when you take that curve and straighten it out onto whatever you're sewing it onto, yeah? Though granted, you can also gather a flounce. If you make it bigger than you want, you can gather that end, and then you have both the gentle undulations and the fluffiness together. I would normally just default to ruffles because they take less fabric, kind of, or they feel like they take less fabric, or I guess they waste less fabric because you're cutting out just these long rectangles instead of cutting circles out of something. Like, more rectangles fit in a piece of fabric than circles do. However, ruffles and French seams don't exactly mix well. Because with a French seam, you're basically enclosing the edges of the fabric in a seam like this. And when the edge of that fabric is it can get really bulky. By the way, just in case you're new around here, I'm not continually using French seams here because I think those are the only proper way to finish your seam or something. I just don't have a serger, and French seams is honestly my preferred method for finishing woven fabric edges. I actually find it the easiest or the longest lasting. I don't know, I just don't find them that hard. So I think that I'm going to combine ruffles and flounces on this gown. My desire is 7 of them, 7, which is quite a lot. I want one ruffle around the neckline here, and this is the one that I am most thinking needs to be a flounce rather than a ruffle. I think it'll just lay better, and then also this is the place where you would most want the least bulk. The other 6 ruffles are 2 around each sleeve and 2 around the hem. 2 as in like stacked on top of each other. If I run out of fabric, I could drop it to 1 around the hem, but I like the idea of 2, and I do also still have a ton of fabric. So honestly, I don't anticipate running out of fabric. The ones around the hem at the bottom, I think definitely should just be ruffles because those are going to be the longest and require the most fabric, and doing a circle that could fit all the way around would be problematic. The sleeve ones, I feel like those could go either way. So maybe I should test some things.
Stay.
After that quick round of experimentation, flounce was the clear winner for the sleeves, so I cut out 4 circles, basically the same way you'd do a circle skirt, with a smaller circle cut out of the middle. I made this a little bigger than the circumference of the sleeve itself, so there will be a gentle gathering, and I don't have to be precise. I did the tiniest baby hem I could on all the circles, threw those gathering stitches around the inner circle, pinned him on, gathered him up, stitched him down, and yay swoosh! Just having the sleeves done already adds so much to this gown. I've now realized the historical era it's reminding me of is, I guess, American Revolution, because as soon as I put this on, I was thinking about the American Girl doll I had, which was Felicity.
Kind of feels like the tea gown you could get.
Let's do the collar ruff. I want to do this flounce as a spiral, so it involved a lot more staring into space, sketching, and using all the brain cells at once. No music, no TV, no distractions. This went on for quite a while. I was really aiming too big at first, are we surprised? When in the end, you don't need a very big circle to make a good length of spiral. I want to make this flounce double layer though, and since the curve in the center of the spiral is drastically different than the curve on the outside, I figured it would be best to put a seam up the back and mirror the two sides. I eventually landed on this snail shape, and then I cut out all 4 pieces before actually cutting out the spiral, just so they'll hopefully line up really well. To sew it on, I turned the 4 pieces into 2 pieces, then lined those up right side to right side and sewed them into 1 piece. A whole bunch of ironing later, we can baste all the way around the raw edge so I can gather it up and pin it onto the neckline. And here is where things started to go south real fast. So, well, I'll just let me tell you. So we've run into a bit of an issue here. Hello, pocket? I have futzed around with this flounce a lot, and one, I kind of wish it was even rufflier, but I would be okay with this, except that adding it onto the neckline has made the neckline very gapey, which is kind of always the issue you run into with any sort of wrap around the front garment that is a non-stretch material, or at least I should say, when I have tried to make that in the past, a wraparound dress in a non-stretch, I had the same gaping issue, even though it was a totally different pattern. So if I like pull on it and futz around and make it all perfect, then you almost can't tell looking straight from the front. It's like, oh, that's not too bad. I could leave that. But I can absolutely tell if I look down or if you look from the side. And then, you know, as soon as I move around a little bit, it does this. So, like, that's... Hello, focus. That's the back of the fabric. And this is actually way better after I added top stitching right here. It was way worse without the top stitching. The issue here is kind of twofold. One, I don't know how to fix this, short of making a whole new garment, which ain't happening. It feels like what I would need to do is, first of all, completely remove this ruffle that is on here with like 8 different seams at this point, so yay. And then it's like this whole piece right here needs to be almost eased, like not actually gathered, it just needs to be slightly pulled together. And then I need like something stable put on here, like potentially bias binding or a facing with some interfacing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how to fix it. Second issue being, I can't really do anything else to the garment until I figure that out, because I don't want to finish the edges here until I know what's happening up here, and I can't put the ruffles on the bottom until I finish the edges. Third side to this issue is I actually do have a time limit, because not only do we have visitors coming soon, which means I can't film anymore, but also as soon as they leave, I'm going on a road trip, which by now has already happened if you're watching this video. So usually I would just be like, it's fine, set the whole thing aside and pick it back up tomorrow, and maybe overnight you'll come up with a solution. But like, I only have so many days left to work on this before I would have to set the whole thing aside for a month, which is not something I want to do. Okay, what I am gonna do is set it aside and eat a piece of cake, and we'll see if cake creates solutions in my noggin. Make solutions for me, cake. Here's hoping. As usual, I had more time than I thought I had, but such is the story of my life. Here's the real deadline, here's my personal deadline. Real deadline here, my deadline here. Real deadline, my deadline. In college, I once handed in homework so early that the professor just sighed and handed it back to me and said, "Can you just please keep it for the next month or I will lose it?"
Well, that was depressing.
So yeah, after an hour of seam ripping, I futzed around and figured it out. I cannot stress enough how far you can get in life by pretending you know what you're doing and just going for it. But don't expect it to be easy. This was a very challenging sewing conundrum and it took hours to get it all done. But at last! Whoop, that didn't get the table. But at last! We move on to the hem ruffles. Just some straight rectangular pieces of fabric. Yay! Oh god, it's gonna be so easy in comparison. Though not fast. These ruffles are gonna be absolutely massive. So I went ahead and hemmed the entire bottom of this because the ruffles are actually going to be attached like here and here, hopefully. And then I laid it out and measured it again, splitting it up into 3 segments. So there's 60 inches, 108 inches, 60 inches. I need each ruffle to be 12 inches tall so that I have hemming and seam allowance and everything and still 10 inches of actual ruffle. So I might still run out of fabric. No more curves though, and I'm excited. How much do I have left? Potentially 1 long strip all the way down my remaining fabric. Ugh, that hit me in the face. I basically have 230 inches left. Wasn't that about the length of the entire hem? 60, 60, 108? Yeah, huh, that's convenient-ish. So the length of fabric I have left is the length of my hemline, which means I definitely have enough fabric because I would just need 4 strips if I want each ruffle to be double the length of the hemline. If each strip is 12 inches, oh, this is not 60-inch fabric though, but it's 48, right? Do I have exactly the right amount of fabric left? Yeah, it's 48. Yo, I have exactly the right amount of fabric left to do 2 10-inch ruffles around the hem of this dressing gown. 1, that is incredibly coincidental. 2, that is so much fabric. Ruffles, y'all. This is why if you ever see like big flowy garments with ruffles and flounces on them and stuff, they're probably gonna be expensive because that takes so much fabric, not to mention how much time goes into making those things. If it's not expensive, you should be questioning why. All right, so I'm just gonna fold up this entire chunk of fabric, cut it into 4 strips, and then we do the gathering game. Huzzah!
Woo! Hi!
Y'all, just adding the 1 ruffle has officially turned this into dramatic swoosh. Kinda doesn't even need the second one, but I'm definitely putting on the second one. Before and after. Yay! Oh my god, it's giant. Last thing I have to do is bind the front opening edges, and then we're done. Let's take a look.
Y'all, I truly am so pleased with this. Like, no notes. I don't think I have any critiques. It turned out pretty much exactly like I was picturing. It has all of the swoosh and the ruffle that I wanted. It's like vaguely historical. It would be interesting to put historical undergarments under it, like petticoats and stuff, so it stands out. Wasn't there a time period where women wore very fancy dressing gowns like this and they were called like wrappers or something? Wrappers. My historical costuming or historical dress knowledge is light. I just feel like a princess. And I love that it's such an over-the-top, dramatic, fancy-feeling garment, but it's just made out of a simple cotton with bees all over it. Goes to show, you can make a very fancy-feeling garment out of very, like, simple, cutesy fabric. You really can. Just add more ruffles. I'm also glad that it was a challenge. Like, I feel more vindicated in it turning out well, because I had to put a lot of thought into making this not gape and have the ruffle and feel structured. Really used my noggin on this one. And then the ruffle around the hem was like going back to the basics for me because I've done so many gathered skirts like that. It's a bit of a weighty garment now. I mean, I used almost all the fabric, and what's left is scraps. Like, I had that huge pile of fabric, 10 plus yards. Honestly, it might have been 15. I legit can't remember now. And only this is left, besides some like really small scraps there. Which means all of that weight is in this dress. But it's interesting how once you redistribute, whatever. Once you put it in the shape of a gown and put it over your whole body, suddenly it's like, yeah, okay, it's not that heavy. Like, there's some weight to the hem, but that's what makes it, like, swoosh super well. Anyway, I need some water. Yeah, okay, bye. I don't know what I'm doing. I just need to drink this coffee, honestly. I need coffee. I hear trotty paws. Ooh, that was weird. Where'd the puppy go? Why are we whiny? Oh, I'm fogged. You should go get the mail.
I'm afraid.
No, there's no spiders anymore.
Having now made 19 dress-ish versions of this pattern and one top, I found myself ready to seek new ground. Well, okay, that's inaccurate. It's more like I started off with totally different plans and then realized I could finagle my favorite pattern into the project and therefore make it a little easier for myself. It's time for 7349 plus pants. The name rompers for these really makes sense. Like, I want to frickin' romp, y'all. Romp! I just got back from visiting Matt in London. He's on tour right now, so I got to go spend like 2 weeks with him, and it was lovely. You're lovely. And I missed you so much. But I had wrapped up all of my projects really neatly before I left. So as the end of the trip was approaching, I was like, what are you gonna do when you get home? And part of me just wants to dive straight back into the stained glass project and get some more progress done on that skirt. But a much bigger part of me would like to do a project that I can finish in less than like, 6 months. Obviously there's my list, there's always my list, but no project on it was like standing out and screaming my name as I should be next. So I could do that good old draw a random project out of a hat thing or out of an apple container. Your little paws are all wet. Did you go out in the wet grass? Or I could do a random project that's not even on my list Was that enough gratuitous puppy footage? Look at that little lump. Are you such a fluffy lump? While I was running around London, I saw at least 2 lovely young women wearing like coverall style jumpsuits. And the second time, we were on the underground standing next to each other, so I was close enough to see that it was from the company Lucy and Yak. And I was like, you know what? I kind of like that. I kind of want one. And honestly, Lucy and Yak seems like a pretty good company as far as clothing companies go, with me having done zero research but just like glancing at their website. But I am a sewist, so you know, I'ma make my own. Also, y'all, oh my god, look. This is very full, so I will be very careful as I say look. Can you focus on that? No, of course it's not gonna focus on that. Capybara mug! It's a capybara holding a little duck. Oh my god, it makes me so happy. I found it at the London Zoo. They actually had a lot of really cute animal mugs, but you know, I could only allow myself to get one, and the capybara was absolutely the winner. Yay, new mug! Now, I have made a coverall style jumpsuit before, but I made it as coveralls for painting, so it's pretty covered in paint these days. And also I made it out of a slightly stretchy terry cloth material, which is also really warm. And also, I don't save anything when I self-draft a garment, so that helps me basically not at all. We are starting from scratch here. I have no fabric in mind for this though. I mean, of course I absolutely have fabric that I can use for it. There was just nothing that I could recall from memory that would be good for this, especially in the non-stretch category. So to the fabric closet we go. It's a little full in here right now. I did not bother organizing all of my road trip purchases, so they are folded and stacked neatly. 'Tis neat, it's just not organized. I could go linen, but I think this would be very see-through, and this is not something I want to line. I want it to be light and comfortable and not 2 layers. So it needs to be a fabric that is not see-through, and it needs to be a fabric that is also pleasant texturally on the inside. Ooh, okay, but strawberry coveralls? I don't know that I have enough of this. Actually, as I say that, I'm realizing I don't know how much this will take. Also, do I want it to be like pants or culottes, capris, or shorts? Shorts would actually be fun. Like, we're heading into summer right now. 100-degree weather is coming up. So this is a little thinner than I was thinking of, but I think it could work because it's not really see-through. And that'd be really, really cute. Option 1. I think the only other thing from my new stuff that could work is maybe these 2. These are also, however, the same, you know, like a quilting cotton kind of thing. I don't think I want to do stripes on this because of the way everything is going to be cut. A small part of me would want to start pattern matching. No, okay, not this. Possibly this. But usually these coveralls are in sort of a thicker, denim-ish or canvasy style of fabric, so I don't know if I need to go that direction for like the structure to work. I don't know. I don't work very much with non-stretch material, despite how much of it I have. Ooh, okay. I do have this denim-y stuff that has the hidden animals in the print. I got this from Swanson's. This could be enough for a shorts version. That'd be pretty cute. Okay. And then there is this as well. Very like kind of historical feeling fabric. It is pretty thick, but not too bad. Actually, that's less thick than I thought it was. That could be kind of fun. We're going back to stripes here, which I just said I don't want to do, but I feel like how varied all the stripes are gives it a different feel than just like stripes. Huh. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Speaking of pre-washing, I'm gonna go ahead and pre-wash all 4 of these materials, and then we'll decide later. Love procrastinating on deciding things. We are washed, we're dried, we're ironed. I have made some decisions. This denim is honestly so soft and delightful. I think because it came from Swanson's, it probably had already been washed prior to me getting it. So it's like, it's nice. I'm definitely gonna do this. We're gonna start with this, make coveralls, and then maybe, if it goes well, and this video isn't feeling like it's too long, I might make a second pair out of the strawberries. I think a shorts pair out of this would be so cute. New conundrum. This garment requires a zipper. At least the way I'm doing it. And a pretty specific type of zipper because it does have to go from here to here. You know, it has to be fairly long. I don't want it to be an invisible zipper. I have a bunch of zippers, and yet I have a sneaking suspicion that none of them will actually work for this. Like, I don't want to use some stupidly random color. I want this to be a good looking garment. Also, why do I have so many invisible zippers? It's kind of like me having a stack of patterns back there. It's purchases I made before I figured out what type of sewing I would be doing, or like what type of garment I would be most consistently making. Don't start going nuts on buying supplies until you've actually started doing the thing, because you might figure out that you don't need a bunch of the stuff that seems like the thing you should get. Zippers and patterns seemed like the logical thing to get. I don't end up using either of those very often. Those are all out because these are separating ones on the ends. I kind of stocked up on those right before Joanne went away, and this is the thing, I can't just run out to Joanne today and get the type of zipper I need. I could try Michael's. I don't know how prolific their zipper section is, but I could try it. Those are all invisible. Sorry, I burped as I said that. I do have a navy one. This could be okay. But if I want to do the strawberries, I don't really have anything that would work. I kind of also do like the bigger metal zipper on these, like the Lucy and Yak ones. I don't know. I might run out to Michael's. Regardless, I need to have lunch first, which is great because I just discovered there's a new season of Somebody Feeds Phil on Netflix. And you know what? The world might be a disaster right now, but thank God Phil Rosenthal is out there proving that there are wonderful humans in the world. This show, ooh, y'all, even more so than like Great British Bake Off, which is a very comforting show to me, but this one is like comforting and hopeful and literally will lift your mood. Highly recommend if you've never seen Somebody Feed Phil. I don't know who hasn't seen that, but yay for a new season! Well, I had to go to Michael's for glue anyway, so I checked their zippers. Abysmal. Not a lot of great options. I just went ahead and ordered what I wanted on Wawak, which is fine because waiting for that to be delivered, which should happen today, gave me time to finish my puzzle. It was covering my cutting out table anyway. This one's so cool. I think I got this one at Writer's Block in Las Vegas. It's like the story of the Odyssey. I'm missing a ruler. Got it. When it comes to design, I love when that happens. Goodness, don't lose the pieces. When it comes to the design of the coveralls, I really like how the Lucy and Yak ones have elastic on the back waistband. I think that's just the easiest way to make these kind of form-fitting, but also adjustable. However, while I was waiting for zippers to arrive, I had time to think about the design, particularly the sleeves. I haven't had the best results, I guess, so far, trying to self-draft set-in sleeves, especially with a non-stretch fabric where the sleeve is not puffed, so you can't just like stretch things and gather things and make it work. And honestly, I probably have a pattern, I'm sure I have a pattern somewhere in my collection of patterns that has set-in sleeves that I could like use that portion and expand on the rest of the pattern and stuff like that. But it would be a pattern I haven't used before, so then I don't know if it's going to fit just right and everything. All that to say, would it be crazy to do raglan sleeves? And by do raglan sleeves, I mean, would it be crazy to use my one and only pattern as a jumping off point? Part of me is like, stop using that pattern. Why do you keep doing that? But on the other hand, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Also, as somebody pointed out, I'm basically just using it as like a block, a bodice block at this point. And I really do like both raglan sleeves and princess seams. So it's just such an easy place to start for so many different garments. My thought process is this. You need some sort of shaping on the front of the bodice for les boobs. Again, just because I glanced at the Lucy and Yak ones, I noticed that they have these darts right here, like the side seam darts, which would work, that'd be fine. But also, I could just use a princess seam going to the waistline, and that would also give me boob shaping. Yeah? The back, we don't need shaping because it'll be on elastic. So that can be one panel, but yeah, if I do raglan sleeves, I can use the sleeve pattern, and then I can use sort of the top of the existing pattern, and then I'm basically just having to draft the pant portion myself. How does this sound? Sounds like a helicopter going over. Ugh. I'm gonna attempt to do what I so rarely do, because I would theoretically maybe like a second pair of these and actually make pattern pieces, or at least attempt to make pattern pieces. This always ends up feeling pointless because I always end up changing so many things in the process that the pattern pieces are no longer accurate. Based on my experience with the dressing gown that I made, which was my first time making this pattern with sleeves and everything in a non-stretch fabric. Based on that, I think I should expand the sleeve a little bit, just a little bit, so that they're not like tight to the arm sleeves. I like the way that fit was on that garment, but I think literally like an extra inch would just give a bit more looseness around it. But the fit around the top, like how it attaches to the armhole, should be fine. And that's the handy part of having this. That's the part that I don't want to figure out, especially right now. That's the part of set-in sleeves that I'm like, I don't want to figure this out. It's too specific and precise. And I'm just usually not in the mood. Sometimes I'm in the mood. I'm not in the mood right now. Sleeve. Now I'm just realizing if I added 1/2 inch, that affects where it attaches. So what I actually need to do is add 1/2 inch lower down, but not on the top. I need paper scissors. Oh yeah, that's plenty long enough. Ooh, you know what I was gonna do? Well, oh well. I was gonna expand it like 1 inch into the neck, because I have found that the neckline on this works really well in the original pattern in a knit fabric, but when you do it in a non-stretch fabric, it kind of tends to sit too far out, especially if you're not adding a binding. So I would potentially be adding a collar to this, but I would want the crew neck to sit a little higher. So I just need to remember to do that when I'm cutting out the actual fabric. This is my reminder to myself to do that. I will probably still forget. I'm gonna write it on the pattern so I don't forget. So for the front of the jumpsuit, I would want this to not be on the fold. I would want it to be 2 separate pieces because the zipper's going down here. And I think I will add an extra inch there, probably for seam allowance, but possibly also for a slightly looser fit. Basically, for safety. Side front, no changes to this that I can think of. Now for the back pieces, I want to take the two pattern pieces and combine them into one. Again, mainly for the top line, for that neckline and the place where it attaches to the sleeves, because from there, I'm gonna want to expand it outward so that I have enough fabric to gather into that elastic and to get over my hips. That's the whole thing. Your neckline, which granted the zipper is open, so like, it's fairly easy, but you need enough space in the waist to get over your hips. Ugh. Stay. This one can be done on the fold, so I really only need to do half of it. You actually wouldn't want the back piece to be that big, or you'd have like this really bulky gatheredness back there. I'm gonna trust that this is enough. I'm adding about 5 total inches to the back piece, and I feel like that's enough for a gentle gathering. I also feel like I have enough of this that I can possibly recut that back if it ends up too small. So that, in theory, is it for the bodice. Drafting the pants, I will probably do that right onto the fabric. And I need to know what my circumference is here, what my measurement of the waist seam is, because right now I did make these pattern pieces longer than the actual waist seam. Why? Because I like to make my life harder. Also, what length of pants do I want here? I do like this slight flare, like the flared culotte kind of look, because I'm not big on straight-legged pants. I have 90s PTSD about straight-legged pants. Not to be dramatic or anything, but I was wearing them long after flared pants were in style, and I remember being embarrassed about it constantly, which means never in my life, I don't think I will ever be able to return to wearing like straight pants. I'm fine with skinny, and I'm fine with flare, but the straight ones just set off the part of my brain that's like, no! Anyway, let's get some stuff cut out. On the back panel, I added an extra 2.5 inches on the bottom that will fold up inside the garment to hold the elastic. And then I decided to extend the neckline only half an inch because a full inch seemed, just too much. I added some extra to the sleeve length after measuring from my underarm to see how long I want them. This is because I would like a little cuff on the sleeve, I think, maybe. We'll see. And then the side front piece, I ended up extending just a half an inch because I'm scared. Always make it bigger!
The print on this is going in both directions, which is actually really helpful because then you can do it whichever direction you want. So like, the zebra is standing this way, but the giraffe is standing this way. So you kind of just have to decide which one you want. Very handy though. My giraffe is right in the center, so I think I want it this way.
With the bodice all cut out, 'twas time to draft those pants right onto the fabric. We love risk around here. I did end up going with a sort of mid-calf length and a wide leg.
Are these gonna be too wide of legs? I don't think that's too wide. I like a good wide leg. Y'all, just so you know, I consistently think there's no way this is actually gonna turn out right. There's no way I just did that right. Because it's like a marvel that my brain can figure stuff out. And I don't fully believe it. So I'm like, nah, this can't possibly be right. But at some point you just have to cut it out and go for it anyway. And then, you know, sometimes it is right. But the next time I do it, I still think, there's no way. This can't possibly be right. Seems pretty good. Okay, for the back. Am I gonna fit on this fabric? It's risky. We're gonna go right to the edge.
And because somebody's probably gonna ask, that wire thing is a mold of my own crotch that I made in a video a while back. It's very handy. Highly recommend making yourself one.
Ooh. That might be perfect pockets.
Oh yeah, I also cut out a variety of pockets because of course I did.
Gonna have to decapitate the giraffe.
I like doing the one layer pockets that are sewn onto the outside of the pant leg. Not only do they save fabric, but also they hold things better than a pocket inside a pant leg, you know?
So I kind of want to do like a wide, not cuff like folded on the outside, but like a wide hem along the bottom of these, which would require sewing on a separate piece, which I'm fine with doing, but this is the fabric I have left right now. This much. And I don't really want to cut that down at all until I find out if this is wrong, because right now that's enough to cut out a new piece if something goes wrong. So I think I'm gonna wait on that until the end. And for now, we technically have everything except the collar. I have to figure out how to do a collar. Let me look that up really fast. Okay. Just basically that shape. Simple enough. I'm gonna wait on that as well though, because I'm gonna need my exact neck measurement. Let's go sew stuff.
While waiting for the zippers to arrive, because my delivery guest was off by a day, I sewed all the pockets onto the pant pieces and added the darts to the front ones.
The zippers have arrived. Oh, they are quite big. Are we freaking out? Yeah. I'm not very good at visualizing measurements, so these are actually a little bigger than I was picturing. Like, the neck size down, I think, was what I was picturing. But I don't really mind them being chunky zippers, so these will work. Like so.
I was basically waiting for the zippers to arrive because I tend to leave the zipper insert till last when I'm constructing a garment, and based on some stuff I've heard and watched from more experienced sewists, it's actually better to put it in first and sort of build the garment around it, you know? Only I couldn't actually put it in first because I needed to add the bodice to the pants first, so
I think I'm gonna pin a bunch of stuff together. Like possibly the whole garment, because I'm nervous about it not fitting, even though it'll probably be fine. Bam! That was slow and very persnickety, but I think we're good. On the inside, because the zipper is actually quite heavy, especially at the bottom, and quite metal, so I put a little covering thing on the inside bottom of the zipper just so that, you know, it's kind of like right there. Kind of felt like it needed to be covered. Now let's make the back, which should be theoretically way easier, yay!
for the back I had to figure out exactly where to sew the legs onto the bodice so that the side seams would line up perfectly, so you know, a lot of fiddly pinning and measuring and repinning and remeasuring because I draft things too big and then have to figure it out later. Then I could create the channel for the elastic, string that through, and sew down both sides.
What a sweet little potato you are.
Now we can attach the front to the back, and here's a little advice if you're ever doing French seams on a garment. You don't actually have to commit to both lines of stitching at the same time, if that makes sense. It tends to feel like you should do seam 1 and then seam 2 of a seam, and then move on to the next seam. But you can actually do all the seam 1s and then try it on and see if you need to adjust anything before doing the seam 2s. Yeah, I feel like I just said a bunch of nonsense, but it kind of makes sense, right?
It fits shockingly well. Let's do the sleeves.
We started the drafting with the sleeves, and now we'll finish the sewing with them. Oh wait, there's still a collar and the hem, so never mind.
Sleeves are all good. It appears that I did not extend the top of my sleeves, that half inch that I extended the front and the back piece. I really thought I did. I guess I didn't. I don't know, I'm just gonna futz around with a collar and see how that goes. Yay, wish me luck.
I started by making a smaller collar piece out of scraps, just a little test thing so I could see how it lays and folds and stuff, and then with the measurement of my neckline and a total guess on the width, I cut out 2 pieces, stitched them together and onto the garment, and So this is why I was trying to extend the neck inward. A collar typically sits right against the back of your neck, whereas the crew neck on this dress pattern is a little bit lower down. So this kind of just looks weird, even though I don't mind the feel because I don't like stuff touching my neck. I might forego the collar altogether on this one and try either a facing or a binding. I don't know, I gotta think about it. While thinking about that though, I went ahead and hemmed those legs. In the end, I had made them way longer than they needed to be, are we surprised? So I was able to just fold up the existing fabric into that thick hemline that I wanted. Okay, I gave it some thought overnight and I ended up doing like a sort of binding collar combination thing. It's still a little bit wonky. It's not really wonky. I made it not wonky. It was a little wonky in making it. I think that one of these pieces needs to lose like half an inch in width because this is still just like a little gapey. Like it needs to slope slightly more inward. I'll probably take it off the back piece, but I might also take it off here. Not on this one. I'm fine with this one. And I very, very much like it. So I do want the strawberry version. I'm gonna do it shorts, but other than that, it's gonna be like the exact same thing as making this one. I think I will try to do the neck extension properly and do a proper collar on it this time, but like basically the same thing. Yeah, so we're not gonna film it. I'm not gonna film it. I am gonna go out and try to find a different zipper for it. I think this one works okay with this fabric and everything, but it is like, it's too chunky. Especially being metal, it's just like too chunky and too heavy for the lighter strawberry fabric. So I'm probably gonna run by Quilting for Community or maybe even Remainders, and if I still can't find one that I like, I'ma just order again. We are adjusting to life without Joanne. It's okay. But yeah, I'm just gonna make that off camera because it's pretty much the same and it'll be a surprise for the final product, which is right now. My screen slide didn't really work because there's a mirror back there. Y'all, no notes. At least not really on this one. I love this one so much. Even with the collar having been a little bit weird, I'm okay with it. I'm perfectly fine with how it looks and I love how it feels. I would probably always wear these slightly open anyway because I very much sensory-wise like my neck to breathe. But the fabric is so soft and it has a really natural ease to it. So the whole thing just fits really well. But it's both a combo of it fitting, as in like being cut and sewn correctly, and the fabric being good, you know? Like different fabrics really do affect things. This just has such a good ease to the fabric. It's not a stretchy fabric, but it's got great ease. And then like, I don't know, the size of the pants helps, I think, but like I feel very movable in this whole thing. As opposed to this one, which still feels just as good. Like it still fits, which makes sense. I used the same measurements, I used pattern pieces, I made pattern pieces, y'all. So like the fit is the same, but it's just not quite as comfortable to actually wear and move around in. Like that one, the one that I'm pointing to off screen here, the denim one, when I bend over in it, it like molds to my butt, which is what you want. As opposed to this one, when I bend over in it, I'm kind of like, ooh, you're about to pop some seams. And I really think that that comes down to the fabric way more than the cut, the fit, the sewing, all of that. Like, it's just a fabric that doesn't have as much of that ease to it, you know? That being said, it's a pretty cute fabric and I still really like it. Oh my God. It's so cute. But this one, I do have notes. I did get the extension on the neck correct, really correct, to the point where like, that's right up on my neck, y'all. If I ever wanna make like a fitted shirt, which I really would not, this is actually exactly right. It's like right around my neck. I like my neck to breathe though, so I can't wear it this way. It was nice to do it like that and to get the collar, a more normal collar drafted and everything, so like that worked out really well, but yeah, I cannot wear things on my neck like that. Nope. It's kind of like I can't have my hair touching my ears if I want to get anything done. But yeah, I think because of the type of fabric it is, I could have used like a little more ease in the butt, a little more room back there. And then I totally forgot that on shorts especially, this kind of applies to pants as well, but I notice it more on shorts, you don't want extra fabric between the legs, so you actually have to draft that inseam. If this is your outseam, this is your inseam. Instead of straight like I did it, you almost need to draft it inward. Not almost, you do. You need to draft it inward so that when you sew that together, it straightens out instead of having extra. So like I drafted it straight and I've kind of just got like extra fabric between the legs. Something to remember for shorts in the future. Other than that though, it's still really nice quality. I did flat felled seams, y'all. I haven't done many of those, but I did it on the one right here. And then I did it on this one here. So that was fun, that was interesting. It's a little more fiddly to me than a French seam, which is why I typically just do French seams. But I do like that it's flat and there's no anything sticking off on the inside. Like that is nice for some garments. You don't necessarily want a seam on the inside all the time, and this is a great option. I'm so happy I tried making these. It really has been, I don't know, an example of how my sewing has progressed. Like, I was making this and just kind of, I don't know, looking at it at the same time as I was making it and looking at it finished, and I was like, this is pretty dang good. Like, this is pretty nice quality, and it fits you properly, and it's super comfortable, and it's a non-stretch thing. Like, I think when I make knit garments, it's always like, yeah, of course it's comfy and it fits. It's a stretch material. But when I can make something out of a non-stretch material that is partially self-drafted still, I mean, the pattern was a very helpful little beginning base to go off of, but there was a lot of self-drafting here as well, that like my seam finishes are all good and it feels comfortable and it looks nice on the inside and the outside. I don't know, I'm proud of myself on this one, and I've really been getting some examples lately of how much I have progressed as a sewist, which is cool to see. I no longer have no idea what I'm doing. Now I slightly know what I'm doing. Which is why it's time for me to start exploring some other stuff as well, you know? Like, once you feel like you know what you're doing, you gotta go try some crafts that you're totally clueless about again. I like being clueless. I like trying new things that I have no idea how to do. So that's why this channel is gonna have even more of a variety of both sewing and other stuff from now on. I'm excited. Let's go do stuff. Yeah! Oh, upside downies.
Ooh, pokey.
My pants. You are such a precious puppy boy, a precious puppy boy. That is you. Oh, Lordy. Oh, what is this camera angle? That's garbage. And y'all, that is all 22 versions of McCall 7349. Thank you for joining me for a trip down memory lane with my only favorite pattern. It's crazy to see how far it's come all in one chunk like this. I have no doubt that I will make more versions of this pattern, of this dress in the future. I mean, it's winter right now, so of course my brain is going, hey, don't you want another hoodie dress? You know you do! I also recently found some adorable panda fabric that is just begging to be turned into an adorable comfy knit dress. So here's to using one pattern over and over and over again because you know what you like. And also, y'all, it's pretty amazing what you can do with a single base design. Huzzah!